snow is falling, but I don't feel cold. I see your smile is mine to hold. I've been here in the shadows every night, watching your every move, feeling the bite. Your breath in the air, it's my favorite sound. I know where you go, I know all alone. I've wrapped myself in your scent and your name. This Christmas, it's you that I'll claim. Stockings are hung, don't you dare move. I've written your name in every groove. Candy cane sharp, just like my love. You can't escape, I'm all you're thinking of. I'll be your ghost in the Christmas glow. I'll make you scream, but you'll never know. Underneath the mistletoe, trapped and alone, I'll take your breath and I'll make you mine. I'm in your mind, no way to escape. This Christmas love, there's no room to break. I stole your scarf, I wear it tight. It smells like you, it keeps me right. You can't escape, you can't run away. I'm with you now, every single day. I carved our names into the tree. You'll never be free, you're stuck with me. I watch you sleep, I taste your dreams. You're mine now, forever it seems. The lights blink out, but I'm still here, chasing your heartbeat, drawing you near. Whisper my name, I'm already inside. Your Christmas is mine, there's no place to hide, hide, hide. I'll be a ghost in the Christmas glow. I'll make you scream, but you'll never know. Underneath the mistletoe, trapped and alone, I'll take your breath and I'll make you mine. I'm in your mind, no way to escape. This Christmas love, there's no room to break. Tinsel in my hair, and it's all for you. I'll watch you squirm, and you'll never have a clue. Gifts wrapped in blood, hearts tied with string. You'll be my present, a permanent thing. I'll be your ghost in the Christmas glow. I'll make you scream, but you'll never know. Underneath the mistletoe, trapped and alone, I'll take your breath and I'll make you mine. I'm in your mind, no way to escape. This Christmas love, there's no room to break. The bells are ringing, but they're for me. I own your soul, it's my decree. Christmas morning, but you won't be free. I'll keep you locked forever with me. The snow is falling, but I don't feel cold. I see your smile is mine to hold. I've been here in the shadows every night, watching your every move, feeling the bite. Your breath in the air, it's my favorite sound. I know where you go.
Ah, wrong button. I don't see. We're live.
We're live.
No, I'm not
Okay.
undressing the elephant in the room today.
Oh.
He can go fuck himself. Hi, Starwin. Hi, Wyatt. Hi, Misura. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Bobby. Hi, John. Hi, Tim. Hi, Tact. Hi, Daw. Hi, Apparent. Hi, Mike. How you guys doing?
How y'all
How you
doing?
guys doing? You doing good? You doing chill? How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing? Is my accent getting a little better?
Yeah.
How you
Perfection.
doing? I've been practicing. I'm walking here. Is it getting better?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
How you
How you
doing?
doing? Hi, Wonder. Hi, Moose. Doing good? Hell yeah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is it the real Lifu and Zen? Hoi. Bro! Okay. Do you guys want me to start the stream with a little bit of drama? A little bit of a gossip? You guys want to?
Drama.
You want to? You guys want a little bit of drama? Type yes if you want a little bit of drama. In the meanwhile, let me prepare something to go hand in hand with a little bit of drama.
A little bit of
A
drama.
little bit of drama. Just a little bit of drama.
What the hell? Ah, trying to ban that one.
That's just faster than you.
I know.
So loud.
Why not?
Why you so loud, honey?
Ah!
Honey.
Yellow.
Why you so loud, honey?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sure,
know.
drama, sloppy. No, no, sloppy. Read the title, John. Learn how to read, my goose. I mean, my man, my goose. Drama llama. Well, excuse me, but the drama is about me. Well, you seem excited about the drama, so sure. Well, apparently, people are now putting me into the category of a Yahtzee.
Yo, that's crazy.
I've been seeing particular kind of tweets about me, but these people don't have any balls to even tag me. Yeah, this. Yes,
I
I censored the name of the person. Okay, so
don't see it.
let me read this.
I don't see it.
Oh, I'm not screen sharing.
You didn't screen share yet.
I am not screen sharing, honey.
Ah!
Okay, let me read this. Grifters and drama VTubers, Refs Desu, Hero Hey, Leaflet, Pokedotch, Ember Paradox, and Lifu going after Streamer Awards VTuber nominees Iron Mouse, Kenji, Chibidoki, and Mori Calliope. Try to get more drama VTubers come out to play. First of all, my dude, you can like genuinely suck my dick and play with the head of my dick with your tongue like a little bitch you are, because everyone here knows I watch Iron Mouse, I watch Kenji, I watch Shibidoki. So you can genuinely like gawk on my dick.
The fuck?
Second, I talk about video games here. So gawk on these nuts.
Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Lifu is making it to the big time.
Thank you so much for the support, Jason. And how
Thank
you
you for this.
doing?
How you doing, man?
I swear to God, some people don't have a brain cell. And hi, Inspired. How you doing? Hi, Kyrian. How you doing?
How you doing?
Oh my God, some people literally can gawk. Hi, Lord. How you doing?
Sup?
Being called a Nazi has lost all meaning. Bro, I literally got blocked. I got blocked by this like schizo by simply asking, can you define to me what you think Yahtzee
Stop
and
right
an
there, criminal
anti-woke
scum.
VTuber is?
Nobody breaks the law on my
Can you
watch.
define it to me?
Lifu, can you tell us how you really feel?
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Also, you are barely a grifter.
I know, like, bro, like, I suck at it. I wish I was able to grift better. Thank you so much for the support, guys. We appreciate. Hold on.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the CPs, Moose, and Jason. Bro, like, at least, like, listen, you can say my models are ass. You can say my takes are lukewarm. You can call, bro. You can even call me a fence sitter if you want. I'll give you a bowl. Call me an anti-woke idiot. Like, look, there's like a lot of things you can call me, but at least don't make up shit.
Stop
You know?
right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Otil is $5. Did you add the cow part just to grift from me?
That was me. I was
That was
grifting a lot of
sad.
people. The world domination was for the foo-foos, and the cows is for you specifically. I got you, bro. Don't worry. I didn't leave you out this time.
That was Zen. I don't know what Zen is on, but that was Zen.
It was me.
Oh my god. Oh, and thank you so much for the support, Jason, and thank you so much for the sippy.
Thank you for the support.
Modern day meaning of naughty, I don't agree with you, bro. Literally, I will ask them what the fuck do they mean by this, and I got like instantly Thanos snapped and blocked. And people told me they blocked me because they think I'm like a Yahtzee as well, because me and Rev follow each other. So
Huh?
yeah, I think this person got like actual trigger.
They try to look for your whole bio, apparently.
Apparently. No, like genuinely, bro, there's like so much shit going on. Apparently, I'm an industry plant, bro. If I was an industry plant, you think do you really think I would be editing all my videos myself, bro? Fuck off.
Yo, whole fucking team.
I would have a fucking team so I don't have to do all this work and like stay up until fucking 3 in the morning every goddamn day. Like
That's what I'm saying.
honestly, like nuzzle my balls.
Rev follows you? Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Rev
really chill.
and what was the other guy?
That guy.
Kazuha?
Oh yeah, Rev, Kazuha, Kitsunero. They're really nice. They're really nice.
Yeah.
They think everyone is a Yahtzee. Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true.
Wait until they meet a skinhead.
Bro, I actually met a skinhead, and I actually had a fist fight with a skinhead.
You can't really say that you're a Yahtzee when you fist fought a skinhead. I'm just saying. Hey, I'm just saying.
Bro, no, like, look, Zen has a point with it. I want to see at least any of those like piss sniffers to even try to stand up to a skinhead because he jumped someone from outside of the country. I actually done that. Can they remove that stick from like the crevices of their anus and do anything remotely like that? No. They just want like the social justice credit.
Wait, isn't that the fight why you lost that one knuckle?
Yeah. That's literally what literally crippled me to have a lesser income in gaming. And to this point I think no regrets.
Yeah.
I stand by my decision of doing that. And I would do it again. Okay. Time to reveal the Lego set. The ugly fish.
Hey Ben. Hey Mike.
Guys, I think the gloves are a little too
Hey
big
artist.
for me. Look at it. Aren't these gloves supposed to be tight? Look. The gloves are too big for like aren't these gloves supposed to be tight?
Lifu cannot beat the allegations of Small hands.
I
Oh
look
wait,
like
those are the large ones.
yeah, it's your
They're my.
gloves.
It's my gloves.
Yeah, we don't have any other gloves.
Ooh.
I look like a fucking Sharpay. I look like a Sharpay. Oh my god. An anglerfish Lego said, bro, there's no way I'll be able to finish this in one stream. It's over 1,000 pieces. I will not be able to finish it in one.
Yeah.
So I will have to finish it off stream, unfortunately.
Masuda says, and unlike them, you did it to protect someone. Exactly.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. For people
They're
who
on
are
Twitter.
asking
Yeah.
where's my blade, here. This is my blade for today. Kitchen scissors. That's my blade of poison today. But yeah, you were saying before I interrupted?
Yeah. The thing is, like, all they do is talk, right? But
Oh yeah.
when it comes down to walking walking the walk, they won't walk the walk. It won't happen.
So lower sloppy? Yeah, I'm very excited about it. And hi
How long is the
defective, how are
video?
you doing?
Hey,
This
defective.
this video is 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh.
And I also found like the TF2 controversy iceberg video.
Oh boy.
So we have like lore and then the controversy iceberg. Wait, did YouTube censor the first part of the statement? Maybe. I don't know. Oh, it's because Zen did not read it. Yeah, we all know Zen cannot read. The
Yeah.
comedy here is that you actually did the thing they always brag about wanting to do. Yeah, bro. No, it's pathetic. It's genuinely pathetic. Hold on. Okay. To me, I think it's just so sad and pathetic. They keep on telling people to go have a life while they don't have a life. They keep telling people like, oh, be virtuous, be this, be that, while they're only preaching about it. They don't actually live up to that. They keep on constantly being like, oh, be a strong, independent person, which they don't live up to it either. They're just
Yup.
idiots. And yeah, you actually walk the walk. They just talk. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. The new Animal House trailer isn't about the book of the animation. It's what's happening to Hollywood right now. Wait, what? Isn't it wrong, chat? Oh.
Yeah, I'm confused now.
Holy crap, the Lego set looks crazy. Oh yeah. By the way, can we have in the chat everyone saying thank you to Wyatt? Wyatt is the one who gifted and shipped this to us.
Yes.
So Wyatt is the one. Wyatt is basically like bringing you guys the stream. So everyone type in the chat, thank you, Wyatt. He's the one who gifted this for us, and we genuinely appreciate it.
Also say hi to him. He's really nice.
Yes, he's our friendly
He's-
Canadian.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Toss. Wait, what was it?
That's a coin.
Toss some maple syrup to your Wyatt. A valley of plenty. Oh, a valley of fufu. There we go. Now, are you guys excited about learning about Team Fortress lore? How many of you guys already know? Like, you guys already know I'm new to Team Fortress, but I think you guys see that I'm kind of getting obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I'm really liking it. The more I like learn about it, the more ridiculous it is. Like piss jars and what I'm like this. I like this. And so it's time to open it. But yeah, once more, guys, please don't expect me to be able to finish all of it in one stream. This is gonna be the biggest Lego set I have ever done. The plant one was a lot smaller than this
Stop
one.
right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
I am not sure why this sudden TF obsession when we could be doing a deep dive into different
I mean,
breeds
that's
of
true.
cows.
Also, thank you for the support, Jason. I do like the fluffy cows, though. They're very cute. The hairy ones, they're nice.
Jason, how about this? One of these days we'll do a stream where we check out like the cow beauty pageant. Yes, it's a thing.
Really?
Yes.
It's a US thing, isn't it?
No, you would think so, but it's global.
Oh, hey Kuma.
Hi,
What's up,
Kuma.
man?
How are you doing? And thank you so much for the support, Jason. And thank you so much for the sippies. I know a bit about TF2 lore. Jared! Wait, is it Jarko Jared? I know a bit because of
Jarate.
Huh?
Jarate.
Roddy?
Jarate. That's
Jarate?
what the P jar.
Is that the name of the jar? Jarate?
Yes.
Wait, the piss jar has a name?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Alright. The craziest story in video game history. Complete Team Fortress story and lore. Bro, I'm excited about this. I'm very excited.
This video is a complete
Yeah.
chronological timeline of the Team Fortress series, how the games and comics interact with each other, and with it, will contain spoilers for every piece of media in the series as
Good.
of 2020.
Give me them spoilers.
Way back in around 4000 BCE,
I don't have enough space here.
around the time the ancient Sumerian civilization began to rise, there was a wizard called Marasmus. He was
wait, what?
not the most
Wait.
powerful, but he
Wait,
got
wait.
by.
Wait. It's already it just started and I'm already lost.
The most powerful spy.
How are we not a wizard now?
Yeah, it goes way back, huh?
Wait, what? Team Fortress is like guns, pew pew, piss jar, go fuck yourself type. How are we at wizards now? Also, these gloves are way too big. They keep slipping off my hands.
Oh no.
Sorry, guys, you'll have to deal with naked hands. I'm sorry. My immersion. I do apologize. Naked hands. Oh, where's the bag? Which bag is it? Oh. Yeah. My apologies, good sirs. Naked hands.
Naked hands.
Naked hands. I can show this though. Look. I'm showing off my ring. Look how big it is.
Wow.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Give the mercenaries tacos, you get Team Fortress.
Hey JJ, how you doing?
Shut up.
Have a good one.
And hi JJ. And thank you so much for the support, Moose. Thank you so much
Thank you
for
for
the
the support.
sippies. Yeah, I was just showing off my engagement ring. Guys, like, it's baby blue. It's a baby blue. It's a baby blue. Anyway,
They don't see it.
no, I showed them.
Oh, okay. No, it's a delay. I'm being potatoed.
Okay. Time. Okay, so wizards. Team Fortress, wizards.
Marasmus claimed to have been born before time, was the scream on the lips of children, and the curse born on the breath of the dead. Marasmus said a lot of things, but whether they were true is questionable. Yet, what is true is that he worshipped Bonzo, the evil
Bonzo?
circus god of Samaria. Keep this in mind
Okay.
for later. As we jump ahead around 6,000 years to the 18th century, the world had changed a lot. The ancient Sumerian civilization had risen and fallen, as many others had too. This century was one of rapid innovation. Shakespeare recalls was the strongest writer who had ever lived. He had a powerful grasp of
Wait,
language
what?
and mind. He invented the two-story building, the stage play, America, and the rocket launcher.
Wait,
Without
what?
Yeah, it's a spoof.
What the fuck?
I love it.
I'm even more lost now.
a way to get to the second story of these new buildings. Rocket jumping became common practice. It was crippling, but it worked. This was the creation of America and rocket launchers. In 1788,
Damn right.
less than a year after the first settlers colonized Australia, a boat arrived with new settlers. One of them was Nicholas Crowder. However, upon his view of the heat and privations of this island, he said, "Screw this," commandeered the boat, and set course on a one-man voyage to the South Pole. Upon his arrival in the
Also, Mood, how triggered you are right now that I'm just making one huge pile of the pieces, and there's no color organizing here because all the pieces are black. How
You're so
triggered are you
cooked.
right now?
You're cooked.
Me? Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% cooked. I'm expecting myself wheezing and like slobbering and crying by the end of this. I'm just wondering how triggered is Moose over this. Moose, how triggered are you over this? Watch. Watch. There's another one here. Watch. Watch this. Watch this, Moose. Watch this. Here. Moose, you watching? Moose. Look.
Lifu, my left eye is twitching right now.
Moose. Watch this. Oh. You're triggered. Are you triggered, Moose?
Don't do it. Too late.
Okay.
You're so cooked.
Okay, I'm back to the video. My bad. I really hope you're triggered.
the Antarctic region. He changed and found purpose. Since then, every December 18th, old Nick travelled to Australia to find out if the children had been naughty or nice. The naughty ones were abducted and forced to work in factories to make toys for him to sell. The good ones were given the greatest gift: no abduction. Over in England,
Kinda sus.
each generation of the Mann family had upheld a tradition of success, wealth, and death. Ezekiel Mann was a very successful shipping magnate. He was the youngest of 5 children, yet by the time he bought his first fleet, his siblings were dead. His son Ebenezer became an only child after his sisters were claimed by a fire. By 17, he was a millionaire and went on.
Wait, isn't Ebenezer the last name of like the Mr. Scrooge? Ebenezer Scrooge? Hold
Probably.
up. So wait, hold up.
There's a lot of references.
How to have like a meltdown here?
On to be a successful railroad tycoon. The Mann family believed that only one in each generation could be successful, and they had to fight for that right. However, Ebenezer had only one son, Zephaniah, and just like his ancestors, he wanted to be successful. Over in another part of the world, a little girl discovered the bodies of her parents. She was
Wait, what?
devastated, and although young, believed the Mann family to be responsible for it in some way. She swore revenge and knew she would get it someday.
On Ebenezer
It would
Scrooge.
just take time. In the early 19th century, over in the Cambridgeshire estate, Man-upon-Thames in England, Zephaniah Neodamus Mann began a company, Zephaniah Mann and Sons Co. As hats showed status and power during this period, his company advertised itself as a compendium of hats and also broadswords, musket guns, and doomsday weapons for immediate sale. As a ruthless businessman, by 1814, he offered employment to children at the age of 6 to smelt iron, break in horses, light fuses, dispose of poison, and fix cogwheel blockages with small bands. As the company grew, Zephaniah required help. He hired a tracker and aide, Barnabas Hale of the Australias, and together they expanded the company. Zephaniah also met Bet Darling and
why is
married
the lore
her.
so convoluted?
Even though he had married Bet,
Always.
Zephaniah did not care too much for her. He wanted an heir and his business consumed most of his time. In Man Manor on September the 2nd,
Man Manor?
1822, during the Great Eagle Scourge, Bet Mann screamed in pain as she went into labour. Her midwife, Patience Merriweather, offered physical, emotional, and medical support. In the next room, however, Zephaniah grew frustrated with the noise. He and Barnabas had heard of a new war that had broken out, and they hoped to supply munitions to both sides. It was only when the noise stopped that Patience interrupted the meeting. She told him
I'm
that
actually
his
kinda
wife
lost,
had
I'm gonna
passed
lie.
away during the birth. Unlike Barnabas, who broke into tears, Zephaniah appeared not to care. Instead, he asked only about the child, in which Patience explained that there was not just one child, but 3. Zephaniah Mann was not a fan of his wife, but she had finally done something right. Bet Mann had given him 3 boys. Within the nursery, he was guided by the midwife towards a cradle with 2 of them inside, in which he called one Plutarch and the other Redmond. They were strapping, alert and handsome, but he noticed the 3rd was missing. Patience knew what kind of man Zephaniah was and warned him that this child, Gray, was different. He was much smaller than the other 2 and could also talk. Little Grey Man was incredibly intelligent.
Wait, what do you mean? He like plopped out of the vagina and he's like, yo, what's up, Papa?
Yes.
Huh?
As he had grown in his mother's womb, he had listened to her and taught himself English. To pass the time until his birth, he had even invented a new form of algebra. Zephaniah was fearful and disgusted by Gray as the child uttered the words, "Hello, Father," and ordered that he be smothered.
Wait, I was close. Wait, I was close. What the hell? I was joking. Yeah. Oh, that should be illegal, bro. And ironically, yes. Bro, I said it as a
Leafy worked
joke.
for Valve.
Oh
He
my
worked for Valve.
god.
We knew it.
Yet on this day, fate intervened. An eagle smashed through the window of the nursery, grabbed the child and flew away. In his rage, Zephaniah vowed to smother the demon bird and the little grey man.
Huh? For what?
The death of Bet
For saying
Man was
hi?
seen as an inconvenience to Zephaniah. Before he could hire someone to take on the role to raise his sons, a woman came to Man Manor and offered her services as a governess. Unknown to Zephaniah, his family had taken away her parents, and she wanted to take away his children to smother them in their sleep and
that?
watch him in pain.
That's the one
But
that
when the
lost her
patriarch explained
parents to
the
him.
man generational
Thanks,
lie,
The little
honey.
kid.
how only one sibling
Got
could survive, a champion molded into greatness after they had killed their brothers and sisters.
Wait, are any of these characters in the game, or is it just like a lore that sets the timeline?
Red and blue.
Oh, wait, that's red and blue?
The little 2 kids. Yeah, I don't know the gray one though. I think that might be the robots.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Oh, okay.
The governors had another idea. These were not seen as children by their father. They were simply pawns in the next generation of honor and wealth. He would not feel anything if they died. Man wanted only one of his sons to live and thrive, the strongest to kill the weakest, and
go on,
he
JJ.
asked that this woman
I dropped the P.
Oh,
Oh, it's okay. We're good. The peas decided to land on my foot, on my naked foot. This piece is nasty. This piece is a dog. It jumped on my naked foot. What a
You
dog.
wanted to smell your feet.
Ew.
Your feet don't smell, so
sculpt
why are you
them
saying
for him.
ew?
Honey, can I at least pretend? Like, if my feet don't smell, can I at least pretend like my feet smell? Like, who am
No.
I hurting with it?
Yourself?
How am I hurting myself with at least pretending like my feet smell?
Because you realize you don't have stinky feet?
Okay. Wait, what if Gray Man is G-Man from Half-Life? You think it's like all the Valve games are interconnected lore-wise? That would be pretty cool, but I don't think they'll ever do that. That would
No.
be pretty cool though. If like all the Valve games are interconnected, there's like a universe that connects them. That would be cool.
She accepted this job and, to those she worked with, assumed the name of Elizabeth. Even now, her real name is unknown, but she also used the names of Emily and Helen at points. As Elizabeth raised Redmond and Plutarch, she pushed them to dislike each other, to bicker as intended by Zephaniah, but she also treated them equally, never to let the other win. As long as she was around, there would be no champion, no man to honor the man generational line. Meanwhile,
That's
Gray was
really
raised
weird.
by the eagle who had saved his life. This frail, helpless child was accepted as one of her children, kept warm at night, nestled in her feathery breast, and fed on a diet of grubs and mice. As
What?
the years passed and Gray grew strong enough, he ate the mother who had raised him, her children, and crawled his way back to civilization. He knew who he was and what he deserved.
I want to know who he
All
is.
he had to do was study, plot, and wait for his revenge and time to strike. Moving ahead to
I
the
wanna know who he is. What the
1840s,
fuck?
over in the Badlands of New Mexico of the Americas, a husband and wife were attacked by a bear. Mrs. Huggins was mauled and killed, but her husband
Holy.
managed to hide under her corpse until it went away. Too scared to move or leave, he founded a town in the very spot she had died, a town he called Hugginsville. As more people came to live in the town, Mayor Claude Huggins was one day bullied by a pack of teenagers and they forced him to change the name to Two Farts. By 1847,
Two Farts?
the name Two Fort was officially adopted by
Wait, I'm not the only one who heard two farts, right?
He probably said it by accident.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not the only one who heard this.
the town. Over in Man Manor, England, Zephaniah attempted to include his sons in the family business as they grew older. Redmond and Plutarch loved their father, but they hated each other. They had been raised in wealth and had not had to work a day in their lives. It was when they suggested something together to their father that he listened to them. Zephaniah Man and Sons was successful in England, and they suggested he expand their weapons concern to the uncolonized westernmost regions of America. They told him many tales of a land of gravel as far as the eye could see, a resource he viewed as valuable to the construction and creation of weapons. Before he committed to this, he also explored other continents. One of note was to the Terra Australias with Barnabas. It was here that they found something
gray man,
interesting.
though?
An
Bro, I need to
undiscovered
know.
element that looked like gold but was so much more. An element Zephaniah called Miracle Gravel. Zephaniah and Barnabas had no idea what they had found, but they mined as much of it as they could and returned to England. Unknown to them, this element, if used correctly, increased intelligence, virility, muscle mass, and hyperextended the human lifespan. It also added a love of fighting, heavy drinking, and the growth of facial hair. Also unknown to Zephaniah, his son, Gray, watched and followed his family from afar, and as a much smarter man, he procured and discovered the true power of the element. What he had was not enough, and he wanted the cash his father had hidden away. To get it, he established contact with his father and attempted to blackmail him in around 1849, but Zephaniah simply ignored his weakling son.
Oh.
Wow.
1850 was an incredibly important year for the Mann family and their trajectory. Over in England, with this vision given to him by Plutarch and Redmond, Zephaniah dreamed of transforming the described virgin lands and its vast halls into the most majestic and profitable pits of gravel. So, he spent the entirety of his sizable fortune on the purchase of a constant-sized piece of land in the unclaimed frontier of the Americas. On his way over on the boat to the New World with his sons, Barnabas and Elizabeth, Zephaniah contracted white plague, marasmus, sweating, sickness, tumors of the eyelids, pleurisy, membranous cramp, and scarlet rash. During the drive west, he contracted brain itch, stomatitis, and blood poisoning. After selling his Cambridgeshire estate, he contracted falling sickness, walking sickness, stationary sickness, shingles, jaundice spine, and skull bloat.
What the fuck? It's like
Yo.
a checklist of everything. Like, what can I possibly get? Yes.
All.
Yes. All of it. The lot. Like, bro, what?
It's not enough. I want all the sickness.
Just pick a struggle. Hi, Wander. Hi, Jack. How are you guys doing?
How y'all doing?
And Stratus, we already said. I'm assembling Lego while watching this. I don't know why you're trying to insult my hands now.
After the group eventually arrived in the Badlands of New Mexico, all Zephaniah found was fool's gravel in a windswept desert hell. His sons had made a huge mistake. There was no gravel, only coal and sand, and he would never forgive them for it. In a bitter rage, the family settled in Twofold within the local
Hey,
saloon.
Sniffly.
As they adjusted to a
Sniffly.
new life in the untamed frontier, Zephaniah contracted putrid fever, blackwater fever, green fever, spotted fever, and after a
you for the
complication
alert.
from a serious bout of superfluous uterus, he even contracted uterus fever.
Wait,
Zephaniah
what?
man had
Just call him a pussy, bro.
Bro, hold up. How the fuck you contract a uterus fever? By the way, it's not a thing. How do you contract a uterus fever without having a uterus? Is it like the Lord's way of saying that he's a pussy? What?
always been strong-willed and hard-working, but this collection of illnesses broke him down. In his anguish, Barnabas procured poppy flowers to produce medicines to ease his pain, and Elizabeth stayed by his side. As he contracted impetigo, his skin began to slough off. Elizabeth could see just how dire Zephaniah's situation was. Not only was he close to death, but his sons at the age of 28 were no closer to his goal. Neither had killed the other. This was exactly what Elizabeth had wanted. Any attempts by them to harm the other had been stopped by her. The governess could see how desperate he was and proposed a solution. When he died, which was surely to be soon, he should leave his sons the land he had purchased to share equally. In doing so, their natural man instinct should kick in and push them into war to clear.
Okay, I'm not gonna say that Moose was right because there's absolutely no way of finding that triangle piece in like the pile of here at all. But yes, I'm struggling finding a specific piece. And no, Moose is not right.
No, he wasn't right.
No, he was not right.
Meant it as a joke. Listen, bro.
No, I don't want to talk about it. I want to enjoy the lore.
Yes, lore only.
No drama! Unless the drama I start. The only person allowed to start drama here is me. My channel, my drama. Bro, where is that little bitch of a triangle? Hello? Come out and play. I actually don't see. Is it really an important piece? Do I need it?
Yes.
Do I really need it?
Yeah.
Like, do I really need it? Is it really necessary?
Yes.
Claim the
Oh,
land
just
for
move on.
themselves. She suggested that she should act as a sort of administrator and help the brothers set up companies with warriors to fight. Redmond versus Blutarch, a war to
Stop right
find
there, criminal
Zephaniah's.
scum. Nobody breaks the law on my watch.
Can we start drama if we super chat?
I mean, I can start with drama with you. Oh, cow suck. Yeah, I said it. What you gonna do about it? Retaliate with more super chats? Thank you so much for the support, Jason.
Thank you for the support, man.
And thank you so much for the sippies. Okay, let me start drama with Jason, okay? Guys, did you guys hear? He thinks that cows are not that good. It was all a lie. It was all an act. It was all a grift.
He was grifting this entire time.
Ooh, drama.
Champion. He liked this idea and, under Elizabeth's guidance, decided to write a will. As there was no paper in this godforsaken frontier, he used his skin, but his pain was not over. As he wrote, he contracted Scrivenier's palsy as his
Stop right
hand.
there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on my
Okay.
watch.
The opposite. No more super chats.
Thank you so much for the support, Jason. And thank you for the sippy. Jason, is this true?
Cramped. Zephaniah Man did not want to die. He challenged God and his angels to come for him, for he would only come kicking and screaming to heaven. Upon the completion of his will, in his final moments, Elizabeth read through the document and was happy with what she saw. With only minutes left, the governess finally revealed her true plan of how when his sons inherited this land, she would ensure they would fight forever, a permanent stalemate. There would be no heir, no champion, no victory. No man in this generation would be
fuck each other's
successful.
wife?
Red and blue would fight forever in a pointless war for gravel.
The meet the team, remember? People
Oh, you
said
mean
that.
spy?
Yeah. Is that not them?
No.
I thought this is about spy. Oh my.
No, it's about
God.
the lore.
I thought this is about red and blue spy.
No.
Oh, my day is ruined.
And why? Well, the loss of her parents, of course. As Zephaniah Man finally died, Elizabeth left his room with the will. The death of Zephaniah Man was an incredibly significant moment, and as he had planned, his will was read out to his nearest and dearest. Of sound mind during the writing of his will, he vowed to haunt the earth as a horrifying poltergeist, with such time as he had quenched his all-consuming thirst for vengeance against the world, and especially against his dunderhead sons for what their actions had put him through. To his faithful aide and tracker, Barnabas Hale of the Australias, he left complete control of Man and Son's munitions concern, the Mann family business. To Elizabeth, he left the rest, the residue of his estate, including all deeds, accounts debts public and private, his tobacco plantation, and what remained of the fortune his adult-pated sons had squandered. He asked that she find the gravel he was unable to find, and in his honour, place it into a pit. In a secret part of his will, he also left the entirety of his miracle gravel cache that he had uncovered with Barnabas during their trip to the Australias. He also warned her that Gray had attempted to blackmail him, and it was up to her to keep the miracle gravel safe and Gray secret. And finally, to his 28-year-old sons, Plutarch and Redmond, he left them the greatest curse of all, partnership. The land he had purchased in the New World was theirs to share, split evenly between them. Something he knew they would hate and squabble over.
I see what she.
After reading the will, Barnabas focused his attention on his company. Elizabeth stored away the useless miracle gravel and used her inherited gold to establish TF Industries. Meanwhile, Gray, with his funding from his own company, Gray Gravel, investigated the properties of miracle gravel further. Over in Australia, the population discovered the gold-like substance, and as they believed they were the first to find it, they called it Australium. Almost instantly, this dim-witted country became a collection of the most intelligent minds as they outpaced the rest of the world through increased intelligence, virility, muscle mass, a love of fighting, heavy drinking, and magnificent facial hair. They explored teleportation, cloaking, and the entire spectrum of the mustache sciences. Under the guise of TF Industries, Elizabeth the Administrator offered Plutarch funding and help to fight his brother. Of course, he did not know that this was Elizabeth. Under the guise of this parent company, Plutarch founded Builders League United. To the public, this company specialized in construction operations, the discovery of gravel and mining it. Yet, under the many subfronts across the Badlands lay secret bases of operations designed to spy on local governments, store weapons, plan and plot against his brother. All of this information was then reported back to TF Industries for the administrator to use to expand the company's reach, to blackmail government officials, manipulate world activities, and global powers.
Well,
as the Badlands had grown a reputation over these years as a place for hired killers, hat fetishes, and scrabby hellfolk, Plutarch decided to hire the world's deadliest mercenaries to take the land by force through his company.
Why is it so blurry?
His mercenaries consisted of Abraham Lincoln as a pyro, Nikolai Tesla as an engineer, Davy Crockett as a sniper, Billy the Kid as a scout, Fu Manchu as a spy, John Henry as a heavy, Alfred Noble as a demoman, Stonewall Jackson as a soldier, and Sigmund Freud as a medic.
This like
could have gone very well for Plutarch, but his brother also formed his own company. Once again, as a subsidiary of TF Industries, Redmond established Reliable Excavation Demolition. To the public, it specialized in demolition operations, the discovery of gravel and mining it, and just like Builders League United, it had many secret bases under subfronts across the Badlands. From these, he hired his own mercenaries. As each team fought, the Gravel War began. Unknown to the Mann brothers, TF Industries monitored both teams of mercenaries and kept their battles balanced. There would be no champion, no victor, only a stalemate. As 1851 arrived, it was clear that both teams were evenly matched, red and blue, and the war would simply continue for the years to come.
All right, so this is like how it originated.
Yeah.
Wait, was Abraham Lincoln the pyro?
Yeah.
Hello? What the fuck you mean? What?
4 score and lots of fire.
My God.
Yes, that was TF1, but we played TF2. Yeah. Hey Nico, how you doing?
Hi, Nico. How you doing? Hi, Devastator.
Um,
How you doing?
how you doing? Devastator says, so Lifu, how do you like TF2 lore? Valve stated that it's more convoluted and complex than Half-Life and Portal's lore. Damn, it is.
Well, I'm only like what 20 minutes in,
Yeah.
but like my brain is already like, huh? A lot.
Red and blue, and the
We get
war
to.
would
You gonna play
simply
it or just watch the
continue
lore? We're gonna
for the
watch the lore.
years to come. Over
Lifu's
this
building
year,
Legos right now.
Yeah, it's a Lego day.
Yeah.
since Zephaniah's death, Elizabeth at first found peace. She had settled a debt, but as the months passed, she began to feel numb. Nothing mattered anymore. Her life's goal, her vengeance was complete. Was this all there was? One evening, alone, she gave into the idea of a darker desire.
Well, I cannot find like a couple of pieces I need, and it's like driving me fucking crazy. Also,
Is it in the
Moose,
other bags?
no. Also, Moose, if you type it, I'm gonna ban you. Zen almost ruined my joke, but I'm gonna ban
My
your
bad.
ass if you type anything.
Zephaniah was dead, and TF Industries was fully capable of running without her to ensure the gravel war continued its stalemate. So she took the leap. Fate, however, once again intervened. Grey Man had been ignored by his father, but after his death, the miracle gravel he sought had been left to someone else he believed he could manipulate. Although Elizabeth was dead by the time he cut her down, with the infusion of what the Australians called Australium into her veins, she came back. Gray knew a lot about this woman, her feud with his father, her many identities and original plan for his brothers, but he did not care. He only wanted the Australium Zephaniah had left her in his will. Elizabeth at first did not care about the Fool's Gold, but when Gray explained how it could hyperextend the human lifespan and bring someone back from the dead, she suddenly found her purpose again. To remove Gray from the premises, Elizabeth promised to give him all of the Australium she had in 1 week. But as soon as he left, she took her large quantity of the element and the body of Zephaniah Man with her to a cave basement in TF Industries in the Organ Needle. Just as Gray had done to her, she infused the corpse with the element and Zephaniah came back. As he regained consciousness and looked around, he saw screens that displayed the gravel war. He was unable to move and unable to close his eyes. This was exactly what the administrator needed. Not only would he be forced to live forever, but as long as he did live, he would see the stalemate of the gravel war continue.
Damn.
And with the power of Australium, she used it to keep herself young so that she could be there with him until the end.
Nah, bruh.
In
What is up with women and trying to keep young? What is up with that?
This happens, honey.
No, that it actually does happen, yeah. Not all of them, but no, it's a very common thing. Like the hell.
The common trope, you mean?
No. No. It's not just a trope. It's actually like just common.
Oh.
Yeah. Hi, Guardian. How you doing?
Hey, Guardian, what's up?
Oops.
In 1857, outside of his contributions to the Gravel War, President Abraham Lincoln searched for a better answer to access the second story of a building instead of rocket jumping. Stairs, he called them. A collection of steps that allowed access to new
bro, that's
floors.
crazy.
This
Stairs?
first
What are
set
those?
was
Yo, that's-
constructed in
what are
his
those?
laboratory at Ford's Theatre, but was not shown completely to the rest of the world. It is claimed by some that Lincoln actually died during a rocket jump, even though he had invented stairs, and as a result, mankind agreed never to invent anything again as our scientists and scholars turned to the most noble endeavor, astrology. Based on events to come, however, Lincoln did survive this rocket jump, and this story is false. As 1861 arrived, both Redmond and Blutarch sold a coal mine on their land to Barnabas Hale for just 1 nickel. It was during this period that Barnabas also brought in his son, Bilius, to train him to run the business. The opening of a coal mine in the Badlands brought with it new jobs, and Barnabas claimed a reasonable number of casualties. Still in the background, the mercenaries
Wait, I actually, like, jokes aside, I actually cannot find one specific piece. And I'm thinking if I should, like, improvise and put something there. Because like, jokes aside, it's like the same thing that happened to me last time, right? It's like a specific piece is just not there.
Oh no.
Even like after I finished building it, it was literally just not there.
fought evenly matched and became despised by the population of the Badlands, and yet they continued to advertise for replacement fighters in this war. Marasmus the Wizard also attempted to earn a living through the brewing of hat tonics from his castle on the moors of Scotland through the Scottish Drug Company that delivered worldwide. The world was fascinated by how much Australia had changed over the past decade and had heard rumours of some sort of gold that they had found. In 1862, the
Believe in
nation
the heart of
claimed
Lego.
that there was no gold at all. Australium was natural only to Australia, and in an attempt to hide it and its existence, they camouflaged their mines. One of them was located in
Wait,
the
how
heart
did they
of their
camouflage the
country,
mines?
within the Uluru
I don't know.
Katachuta National Park. To conceal the Australian reserve, a hollow shell of balsa wood and styrofoam was constructed. Although he had invented stairs and had been an incredible ally in the Gravel War, on April the 15th, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated by John Tower of Hats Booth. Shortly after this,
Oh,
Booth
no.
found himself in a shootout between
The
himself and a large group of people. In a moment of bravery, young Bilius Hale charged at Booth and held him down as people took turns shooting at him. For his service, Bilius was awarded John's Hat Tower. As 1890 arrived,
I have so many fucking questions.
No questions. Only
I have
build.
so many questions. Like, what the fuck?
the Gravel War had raged on for 40 whole years without resolution. At the age of 68, Blutarch and Redmond sought out other ways to beat each other. It was during this period that Blutarch heard word of a local inventor in town, Radigan Conager. This man was one of the smartest people in the Badlands, and in his store, Conager's Tool and Munitions, he designed advanced technologies and weapons. Conager also had a fascination with the late Abraham Lincoln, and in his spare time, had designed several devices that could have saved him if he knew what was coming. In a meeting, Blutarch explained his predicament to Radigan, of how he had inherited land from his father to share, and how he had hired mercenaries to claim it for himself, but his brother had done the same. If he could not take Redmond's share of the land, then he hoped to simply outlive him instead. From his companies through Builders League United,
And how is he planning to do
Blutarch
that?
had become a very
Australian.
wealthy man, and
Oh.
he was willing to pay anything to make this possible. He was not getting any younger and asked the inventor to build a machine that would allow him to outlive Redmond, to defy God's plan and make him a monster. With the prospect of a new challenge, Radigan Conager agreed. Upon the return to his store, Radigan was greeted by an intruder. She claimed it would save them both time if they did not discuss who she was or how she knew what she knew, and the inventor accepted this right away. Elizabeth had an offer for Radigan. She knew about his deal with Blutarch and asked that he not build this life extension machine. As predicted, he refused, so Elizabeth proposed something else. The former maidservant explained the rise of the Australians after their discovery of Australium, of how they had outpaced the rest of the world, and how every one of mankind's innovations
She has a
came
mustache.
from the lager pickled brain of an Australian. If the element she held in her hand, Australium, could make a genius out of an Australian, what could it do for a man of his intelligence? Luckily for the inventor, Elizabeth had spent the last decade hunting down every ounce of it. In return for £100 of this transformative new element, she asked that if he must build Blutarch Man his immortality machine, then he should build one for Redmond too. This was a fantastic.
Bro, I'm sorry, this looks like a brick. Like, there's so many pieces here. It's like a solid brick. Now, Lifu needs to put a mustache on her model. How about this? 1 super chat, and I'll put on a mustache. 2 super chats, me and Zen are gonna put on a mustache. God's honor.
Fantastic offer, and Radigan accepted the terms. Over the following years, he designed the machine and began the construction of Mark I of the immortality device. In essence, it zapped the user upon death and brought them back from the dead. On July 17, 1894, Radigan completed Blutarch's device, and a couple of weeks later, on August 3rd, he constructed Redmond's. There was, however, a third secret device constructed on April 14th of an unknown year.
What if 3 super chats? Who
The
say
mustache
thank
will have a
you?
mustache. Oh, yeah, that too.
Okay, yeah. Every super chat will be a mustache. We'll just stack. And no, $1 super chats don't count.
Are we
I
grifting?
already know what Jason is planning. They don't count.
Only teal.
Not only to you. But yes. Mustache stacking.
Greedy gremlin. We listen.
No, Jay, it's how our community is. We already know how they troll. That's what it's
Yeah.
called. Jason, now's your time.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
I like your
Nobody
grifting, but
breaks
I'm
the
done
law on
super
my watch.
chatting.
I like your grifting, but I am done super chatting.
Stop right there,
Yo,
criminal
as
scum.
far as like,
Nobody breaks
maybe
the law
I
on
should
my
throw my
watch.
hand in.
TF2 might be in the Half-Life world years earlier.
One second. Let me put on the mustache, and I'll say thank you then. Zen needs to
Yeah.
do that too.
Yeah.
I only have a ginger one.
Fuck it, we ball. Do I have a
Wait.
mustache at all?
Yeah, just type in mustache. There's no way you don't have one. I only have a ginger one. Oh no! Do I have to be with a ginger one?
The same one I have? I look dashing.
What about tower hats? All right, how about this? Every time you guys super chat, you can pick mustache or a hat. You guys get to pick. Oh my god, you can't even see my mouth.
Perfect.
I guess we're back. You guys cannot see my mouth. How will you know that I'm talking? I look like an old-timey prospector. Bro, I hate all of you. I look like an
I love
old-timey
it.
prospector.
I love it.
Rude. Ah, okay.
Ah,
And thank
I
you so
did it.
much for the support, Jason. Thank you so much for the support, Daw.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Thank you for the support,
Nobody
Inspired.
breaks the law
It's
on my
Christmas, so
watch.
gingerbread
It's
mustache.
Christmas, so gingerbread mustache.
Oh wait, I need I have to add another hat.
No, it's one of us each time.
Oh,
Inspired can pick. Inspired, pick another mustache or a hat, and for whom? Dealer's choice. And thank you so much for the support, Inspired.
thank you for the support. Do bits count?
I think so.
Yeah.
Think so, yeah. Old-timey bartender Lifu.
Have to
What it will
recalibrate.
be? What it will be? What's your poison? What if I make it like super? I look like my dad.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Nobody breaks the law on
Double
my
stack
watch.
Lifu.
J Mega cheered. X100. Double stack Lifu.
Mustache or hat?
Which
Mustache or
one?
hat for Zen, double captain. Oh, okay. Zen has to have 2 hats.
Oh, we stacking, baby. see, hat. It'll be different hats though, because they can't just be the same. It's weird.
Oh yeah. Oh, double mustache. Okay. I gotcha. Hold on. Wait, do I have more? Hold on.
Oh,
I cannot see you right now. Honey. Relax. Okay. Time for the double mustache. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. So I need to make. Hold on. I need to make this one bigger. And I'm gonna put this one. This looks so cursed.
there you go.
My
There you
mustache
go.
got layers. Oh,
No, leave use them as eyebrows. Oh my
oh
god.
my god, no.
Alright.
Move out of my fucking way. What am I fucking way? Oh shit. Ah.
Oh, that's so cursed. The other one's not even clipped onto the other eyebrow. Oh gosh.
I feel pretty. I feel very pretty.
I feel pretty.
Sure, it won't accidentally move off.
No, all the jank.
Oh, the jank, yeah. Okay.
It has not been confirmed who this device was made for. A working relationship did begin between Elizabeth and Radigan at this point, and it is very likely she was given an upgraded Mark II of the immortality device. Outside of this, with his own stash of Australium and an incredible mind, Gray also developed his own immortality device. In opposition to his brothers, Gray attached his device directly to his spine and powered it with Australium. Over in Australia, on January the 25th, 1895, the population believed they had discovered—
Okay, guys, I gotta ask you, is this brown or is this black? I don't get it. Is this brown or black? Huh? Lost.
mysterious new
Huh?
geological—
I'll go check. Let me see.
No, I want to listen to the song. Show the lore. I think this is brown, right? Too fast. Too fast.
That's brown.
But I don't have pieces like that.
Two.
Where? The pieces it's asking for, I don't have them. Oh, is that? No, I already have the. Oh, is it this? One like that. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it this one too? Oh, okay. You may be excused. We leave now. I already have it. Honey, step off. Step the fuck off. I'm gonna play the lore if you're just standing there looking at the sink.
lumps. Australian scientists called these hills. A couple of months later, the King of Australia waged war against them and entered the battle himself. He later became the King of the Hill after the mound surrendered without a fight. Through his close working relationship with Elizabeth and the invention of new devices and weaponry thanks to his interaction with Australium, Radigan Conager went through a dramatic mental and physical transformation. His inventions became bolder, and he grew much taller, a moustache, muscles, and a thirst for beer.
Always a freaking mustache.
As the Badlands entered the 20th century, Bilious Hale worked with his home nation, Australia, through Manco to co-invent the first robot. As an Australian, he assured it would—
Yeah, I have to ask. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but someone outside actually just lost his cool. He's like not even removing his hat from the honker. Oh my god. Are you using the last of my eyes, honey? Yeah, I'm the one who filled. Okay. There was only one tray of ice. Are you using up my ice? Is it frozen? You lie!
would only be used for violence. His father, Barnabas, had left the company to him, and he ran it as a Hale. Bilious also grew a connection to someone labelled only as her. It is likely that she was Elizabeth. In 1907, Manco was voted the safest place to work in the Badlands after Bilious claimed no mercenary warfare was allowed on the premises. But when a reporter was sent to interview the mercenaries of Red and Blue for comment, they were killed in the crossfire. 1910 marked a pretty significant year for Manco. They won a bid to become the sole munitions supplier for both Reliable Excavation Demolitions and Builders League United through TF Industries. These weapons were cheaply made.
Oh shit, I just realized I literally skipped half of the page. I skipped like 3 steps.
You know, that makes sense why you were confused as fuck.
Hi Gavin, how you doing?
And broke easily, but as long as the war continued, TF Industries would continue to purchase them for each team and make a lot of money. Although Manco had begun as a standalone business, it became a division of TF Industries and supplied weapons to all subsidiaries. Within the vaults of these subsidiaries, more and more Australium was hidden away as Elizabeth hunted it down to keep Zephaniah alive, to watch his sons fail together from the isolated, locked away cave basement of the TF Industries building. It was also around this time that Radigan Conager passed away, and as soon as he was buried, Blutarch plundered his grave and stole the blueprints and schematics buried with him in an attempt to understand how the inventor had created the immortality device. But even the brightest on Blutarch's team could not figure it out. A couple of years later, Franklin D. Roosevelt found himself in hospital after he lost both of his legs in a rocket jumping accident. He later stumbled upon Lincoln's notes and perfected the modern staircase. This freed the people from the tyranny of the second floor of buildings. After 50 profitable years, in 1922, Bilious Hale decided to shut down his coal mine and turned it into a historical museum. The interest in coal had fallen for weaponry, and he sought out the next boom to earn revenue for his company. He believed a hat factory would be the next industry boom. 1930 was an interesting period in the Gravel War. By this time, the Mann brothers were 108 years old. Their petty squabble had continued, and although they were still alive, their mercenaries had either died or were too old to continue in the fight. The brothers once again called out for mercenaries to fight, and TF Industries made sure they got what they needed. This shadowy organization had many teams, each person hand-selected by the company's CEO and administrator. Team Echelon, Team Citadel, and Team Vanguard were just 3. For Blutarch and Redmond, however, they formed a new one, Team Fortress. Led by their heavy weapons, this team worked pretty well together. Greg the Scout grew a pretty close relationship with Ross the Soldier. Beatrice the Pyro helped defend Virgil the Sniper against spy attacks. Greg the Demoman was a nuisance to everyone, and Fred the Engineer aided and protected his team with his teleporters, ammunition dispensers, and turrets. The spy, whose name is unknown, made the life of every engineer a misery, and the medic, whose name is also unknown, healed his team and poisoned his enemies. From a photo found in the TF Industries archives, if the man here is Fred the Engineer, which is highly likely, then he also raised a son during this time, Del Conager. This would also have made Fred the son of Radigan the inventor. This has not been confirmed canonically, but it is likely. In his role of area denial, defense, and support, Fred was happy to help out the Sniper. He and Virgil had been friends since before the war, and the Sniper trusted the Engineer with almost anything. Virgil hated the spies that came for him as he lined up shots, and Fred offered a solution. He plucked out the Sniper's eyes and replaced them with robotic ones. These allowed him to see through everything and detect spies with ease. The only issue was that he struggled to sleep as he also saw through his eyelids.
Wait, what?
Thousands of miles away in 1932, the great nation of New Zealand was a land of artists and intellectuals. One of their brightest scientists.
Okay, I have to ask a dumb question. Was there ever a game that's called TF1?
Yeah, it was a Gary's mod.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was even a thing.
Yeah, most games came from Gary's mod.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Scientists, Bill Bell, predicted and warned them of a disaster on the way, and to survive it, they had to build a dome around the whole country and sink
Wait.
it into.
Wow.
I've realized a lot
Mhm.
of Valve games are like from mods from games. Dota 1, Dota 2.
Yeah. It's as
Um
if they actually listen to what their player base wants. Crazy, I know.
except Counter-Strike. No, it was made in the same engine as Gmod, huh? And Portal as well.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It's as if they listen to what like the people they actually want. It's so crazy. It's a crazy concept these days. I know.
Yep.
I'm actually not being sarcastic.
To be fair, they haven't listened to their fans for like a decade, let's be honest here.
Let Half-Life go. Let it go.
Let it go, guys.
You're the one who brought it up.
Listen, it's not my fault.
Wanna pour some salt on their wounds, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The ocean. The nation listened to him and they did this. A utopia and paradise under the sea. Over on the moors of Scotland in the UK, one Halloween night, a 7-year-old Tavish Finnegan de Groot went out to earn some money. He and his mother
That's
had
what I
been
heard
left
too,
to fend
the
themselves
Groot.
after his father had passed away. Mr. de Groot had been a demoman, and he was one of the best. He had once walked 15 miles in the rain to blow up the Queen of England for just one nickel. On this All Hallows Eve, as the
I respect
ghosts
the energy.
rose, Mrs. de Groot hoped that one of them would have a job for her son. As he explored the moors, he did not find one ghost, but he did find a castle with "Help Wanted" inscribed on a nearby tombstone. This, however, was no ordinary castle. It was the great wizard Marasmus's eldritch castle of dark
Eldritch?
magic. He wanted the cleaner,
guess so.
and those who had come before had died on the job. Despite the boy's age, Marasmus allowed him inside and told him the deal: a cleanly swept library in return for a shiny nickel. This place was full of ancient artifacts and books. As Marasmus had lost some of his previous cleaners to the dangers of his library, he warned the boy to gaze not upon the tome and ignore all temptations. Over the following hours, as Tavish swept this foul place,
that's how he loses his
he
eye.
heard the faint whispers from an ancient tome that sat perfectly on a pedestal. "Read me," it said. The Abominomicon contained the arcane secrets and knowledge of bombs. It asked the boy to come closer, to lean in and take a peek of what it contained. As the son of a demoman, Tavish gave into this temptation
that's him?
and leaned in just
Yeah.
close enough. In this moment, the Abominomicon zapped his eye and began to haunt it. This was the greatest day of the tome's life, but it was one of the worst for Tavish. Marasmus had told the child to ignore the book, but he had ignored his warnings. More annoyed about how smug the Abominomicon would become, Marasmus cast a spell, Basbo Badaba. In an instant, the wizard, his eldritch castle of dark magic, and the book disappeared. As for Tavish, when he finally woke up, he found himself alone in a field, and his eye was gone. For
Fuck
each
off.
passing Halloween night that came, people spoke of a possessed eye that stalked the moors with a wicked magician. Over in Stuttgart, Germany in 1939, as World War II began, a young man by the name of Mr. Ludwig was curious about the capabilities of the
I knew
There he
it.
is.
Knew it. I fucking knew it.
human
And hi, Yoshia, how you doing?
How you doing?
body. He trained in medicine but held no regard for the Hippocratic Oath. He did heal his patients, but only to continue his experiments on them. At one point, he managed to acquire a medical license, and although a doctor in a Nazi-occupied Germany, he
I
did
knew
not
it!
participate in the barbaric
Remember the first time I opened the game. The first time I saw the video. The first time, like, remember just a few days ago, I saw the video. I'm like, are they cracking that joke? And I'm like, that would actually make sense considering like the stuff that we're experimenting with.
Yeah, but also that he was so crazy that he lost his medical license during that time. So
Yeah.
sounds like he's much worse.
acts performed, he instead satisfied his own morbid fascinations. Meanwhile, in the Midwest United States, a young soldier wanted to play his role, but upon his attempts, he was rejected by every branch of the US military. In response to this, the Patriot took on the name of Sergeant Jane Doe and bought a ticket to Europe to fight on his own. Upon his arrival in Poland, he killed every Nazi he saw and entered prisoner of war camps voluntarily. He was a man of strong will and broke every last one of his captors mentally until they asked him to leave.
Bro, I knew there was a reason why I like Soldier.
Yeah, he's pretty based. Rest in peace, the voice actor, though.
Yeah. It was sad finding out.
Yeah.
Hi, Penance.
In September of 1941, during the early stages of the German invasion of the Soviet Union, Soviet authorities labeled the patriarch of a Russian family as a counter-revolutionary and had him executed. Shortly after his father's death, Mikhail, his mother, and younger sisters, Yana, Bronislava, and Zana, were deported to a northern Siberian gulag. Just 3 months later, in December, this forced labor camp burned to the ground.
I have to say though, Team Fortress, like, genuinely, it's coming off like it's like the simpler time, right? When people didn't used to complain about no one's representation, and it was like a game just to be a game.
Yeah, it's just a game.
Exactly. And no one was complaining about, oh, what about my representation in the game? No one gave a fuck. It was like, it's as if the game was meant to be, I don't know, a game where you have fun. I know it's a crazy concept, but like,
simpler days.
Yeah.
And the guards who had tortured and brutalized the prisoners met a similar fate. As it burned, Mikhail ran with his mother's hand in his, Zana in his arms, and his sisters by his side. These 3 months had changed his view on the world, and he became extremely protective of his family.
Compare this to Overwatch lore. Overwatch lore at the very beginning was insanely based. It was about assassinations and about the rise of the anti-Omnic people. Like, and it was about like people dying and being like put together into like cyborg bodies in labs. So like the beginning of Overwatch, was very fucking based. Not the shit we have right now. Bahaha, mustache, eyebrows. Yeah, we're having the whole thing where like if when people super chat, they can decide new hat or a new mustache and where and like which one of us is using it. Mustache with no nose looks funny, but somehow works. Hold on. This little bitch doesn't go in. Hold on. Bruh. It's so hard to put it in. You see like it has like spikes?
Yeah.
It was like such a pain to put in. Oh, that was painful.
And sought to destroy the evil men of the world. Following this, the family went into hiding and constructed
Are
a
you parked
cabin
now,
in the
Starwood?
Jogja Mountains of northeastern Siberia. 1 year later, in 1942, 10 years after New Zealand had voluntarily sunk to the bottom of the ocean, the population was confused. Bilbel had warned them of a disaster, but from what they could tell, nothing had happened on the surface. They hated living at the bottom of the ocean. They had also wasted all of their resources getting here. Bilbel refused to take any criticism from his peers, and instead came to them with another warning. Magma would fill their dome, and the only way to avoid it was to blast their nation into space. The leaders were angry. They did not trust his predictions and mocked him. When Bilbel returned home to his wife Lana and baby, Mundi, he complained about how he had been treated. He truly believed he was correct. During this time, the scientist had also built a rocket he planned to use in case they did not trust his prophecy. A rocket with only 1 seat. Bilbel explained to his wife that he only had time to build just 1 rocket, a way to secure his future. Before he left for space, he
Like, I'ma wife you up. I'ma give you a baby, but like, bitch, you're on your own.
Yo, crazy.
Damn.
Starwin says, Noah, fixing to leave my last stop and head over to a Flying J. Ooh, Flying J.
What's that? The
The
food?
gas station.
The
The
food?
rest stop? No, rest stop.
There's no food?
Probably food there, of course.
I want food.
Want to get you a snack?
Hi, Star. How you doing?
Hey,
Honestly,
Star.
I wouldn't mind.
What do you want?
Honestly, I don't know.
I'll get you a platter.
I'll try the brownie thing.
Okay.
I haven't tried that one yet.
Okay.
asked to embrace his son just one last time. Lana was correctly angry, and as the husband and wife broke into a fight, little
hope it
baby
was a
Mundi
fist fight.
climbed into the rocket and blasted away. As the rocket smashed through the dome of New Zealand, water poured in and the nation
The baby literally went by, bitches. Get your shit together. Until then, bye-bye.
flooded. Almost everyone inside drowned except for 2 people, Bilbel and Lana, who hid away within the scientist's lab. As for the child, the rocket did not reach the stars. Instead, it landed just a mile away onto a farm. The owners of the farm did not know where this child had come from.
Oh my god. Are they making fun of Superman? Wait. This is Superman origin now?
But they decided
Yes.
to raise little Mundi as their own. As an Australian, to the rest of the
Superman
world,
origin?
the fall of New Zealand was viewed as a freak accident. In
Stop right
around
there, criminal scum.
1944,
Breaks
a
the law on my watch.
Mustache hairpin on an ear.
Hold on. Since it's a big super chat, I'll do both ears because the super chat is really big. uh, let
Thank you
me
for the support, Starwin.
thank you
Drive
so much
safe,
for the
man.
support, Starwin. Wait, I found more mustaches. I found more
Yep.
mustaches. Yeah. I actually found more. I guess I had more. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. One. So they're all different. That looks so stupid. Wait. I am becoming the mustache.
More.
Oh my god. Oh no.
This is to go further beyond.
Oh my god. But yeah, is this what you meant, Starwind? Uh pin on pinning on the ear. And thank you so much for the support, Starwind. And drive safely.
Yes.
French spy found himself in Boston, Massachusetts. It was here he met a woman and she fell pregnant with his child.
It was this? Was it this moment? How Scout got conceived?
Yikes.
Also, I got a snack. A bounty. A bounty. Time to trigger everyone how I eat. Nah, I'm not gonna show how I eat. Oh, you guys will get triggered. But basically, I pinch all of these off. I eat them first. Like I scoop them out. I eat them first, and then I break off small pieces and like eat myself like a bird.
Honey, you should
Yeah.
not be pausing here.
Oh, fair enough.
The spy did abandon this woman, but he kept an eye on her and their son, Jeremy, from afar. As World
Was
War
Scout's
II came
name
to
is
an end
Jeremy?
in 1945,
Yes.
the planet began to recover. Over these years, the spy returned to visit the mother of his child, but he disguised himself as the Welsh singer Tom Jones. Because of this, the child began a fascination with the legend. Even though the war had come to an end, Dr. Ludwig continued on with his experiments and pushed himself to see what his surgical skills were
Sandy's
capable
vibing.
of. He had no compassion for the sick or any respect for human
Hi,
dignity,
David. How you
but
doing?
he did for doves. One especially was Archimedes.
Yeah, the cosmic brownies.
In one of his procedures, as he sought to learn more, the doctor removed the whole skeleton of his patient as they
Thank you so much for the sub, Jojo.
Thank you for the sub. Also, David says, fun fact, because of Meet the Medic video, in the game if you blow up Scout, there's a 1% chance Medic's dove will fly off from the body. Yeah, someone mentioned that. That's pretty cool.
Wait. You have to explain it to me.
Remember in Meet the Medic, the
Mhm.
bird got stuck in Scout's chest?
No, it wasn't a Scout's chest. It wasn't that big guy.
No, he came out.
Oh.
Yeah. And then at the end, Scout busts through the door. He's like, damn, I feel like $1,000,000, but that hurt like hell. And then at the end, the bird was in the chest.
So what happens? He blows up?
When he was it? When you blow up Scout, there's a 1% chance, like, death animation.
Oh,
That a bird
okay.
flies.
Wait, that's actually really cool.
Yeah.
slept. As a consequence, his medical license was taken away from him. On another occasion, somehow, he also managed to meet the devil. Whether he passed away or performed a ritual is unknown, but in this interesting moment, the former doctor signed a contract, his soul in return for something. This could have been medical knowledge or even a chance to have more years on Earth. Ludwig was very smart, and he sought out a way to evade his end of the deal.
Oh, he
Article
literally
9,
signed the
Section 7
contract.
stated that the contract only held up if Hell owned the majority stake of Ludwig's soul. This was a loophole he hoped to exploit somehow. In Texas, when he was old enough, Dale Conager put his efforts into education and began to earn himself science PhDs that only amplified his ability to design, build and repair a variety of machines. As the
Nice.
40s came to a close in 1949, Sergeant Jane Doe was informed that the war had ended 4 years before. He was unaware and had continued his murderous rampage. He felt that he had played his part and served his nation well. So he created his own medals and wore them with pride. As the
wait, he completely
1950s
lost
arrived, Bilious Hale continued to run Manco and supply the Mann brothers with weaponry for their petty war. His son, Saxton, also became a student of a hunter called Charles Darling. This man shared the maiden name of Bet, the mother of Redmond and Plutarch, before she had married into the Mann family. Whether there was some distant relation there is unknown. It is, however, interesting. Saxton Hale was a typical Australian. He liked to drink, fight, and he had a magnificent mustache. His father hoped he would take over Manco one day, just like he had from his father, but Saxton had no interest in these younger years. The Gravel War had been stuck in a stalemate for 100 years, and at 128 years old, Plutarch Mann began to worry he would lose to his brother. The immortality device the late Radigan Conager had created for him 60 years before had begun to malfunction. Over the years of use, Plutarch had periodically died, and when this happened, the machine zapped him and brought him back. What he had noticed lately was that each time he died, it took longer and longer for him to return. He had seen the other side and there was nothing there, even though he had looted Radigan's corpse upon the inventor's death. Plutarch and his team could not understand the blueprints or schematics they had found to fix the device. Then he had an idea. Radigan's grandson, Dell, had earned 11 hard science PhDs. He was also an inventor. If Dell Conager was as smart as his grandfather, maybe he could help. Within Plutarch Mann's office, he explained to the engineer of his predicament, his war with his brother, the device Radigan had constructed, and the issues he had with it. Dell was flattered that someone would—
I did drop One Piece. The One Piece!
Oh
One
no.
Piece! It's the spiky one too.
Oh no.
Like that, the spiky thing. I dropped it on the floor, and I probably should try to find it right now before I accidentally step on it and just piss myself from pain.
I'll look for it.
Oh, it's okay. I found it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was right where I would have put my foot on. Damn, that was close.
look at him and think he was capable of fixing such a machine, but going in blind would surely lead to Plutarch's permanent death. Mann disclosed that he had actually looted his grandfather's grave and acquired the blueprints, and these could help him. To Dell, Plutarch's actions were obviously an invasion of any respect toward his grandfather, but on the other hand, to work on something so interesting was difficult to turn down. Plutarch also requested that if Dell found anything of interest outside of this job as he deciphered his grandfather's notes, he should give them straight to him. Back at his workshop, Dell opened his grandfather's notes, blueprints, and schematics, and inside, he did find something interesting. A map of Australian caches, and that Radigan had created 3 machines. Just like Radigan, Dell used this information to fix Plutarch's machine, and as Redmond also continued to live on without major issues, it is likely he was also persuaded to fix the other brothers too. Over in Australia, Charles Darling felt that Saxton's attention was elsewhere, on a girl. It was during this period that Hale spent a lot of his time with Maggie. It has not been confirmed if this was her or if there was someone else in his life. Regardless, Charles moved his attention to capturing animals and storing them in cages. With this idea, he formed Darling Zoos, an enterprise in which people could come and look at how sad the caged animals were. Saxton preferred to fight the animals in the wild, and by 1957, the former mentor and student became nemesis. On one occasion, as Saxton and Maggie fought a panther in the African veldt, Darling interrupted them and stole the beast for his zoo. This angered the duo, but they promised to always be with each other to fight animals. Saxton also swore he could never see himself behind a corporate desk and would always be there to punch panthers with Maggie. Meanwhile, in another part of Australia, the child who had crashed onto the farm found his calling as a mercenary. He was proficient with a sniper and went by the name.
What? Wait, he's Superman? Wait, hold up.
He-Man.
Yeah, no, but he had like the origin of Superman. I have questions now.
Mr. Mundy. He was not aware of his origin and truly believed himself to be an Australian. His father did not understand why he wanted to be a crazed gunman, but the sniper explained he was actually an assassin. He had standards, was polite, and efficient. Even though he had promised to always be there to punch panthers in the face with Maggie, as the 1960s began, and his father became too old to run the company, Saxton Hale became the CEO of Manco. To help him, he hired two assistants, Mr. Bidwell and Mr. Reddy. Together, they dealt with regular assistance activities. They prepared Saxton's breakfast, kept track of his list of nemesis, and dealt with customers. Without her partner in crime, Maggie looked for an alternate. She married a man called Roger, but he was nothing like Saxton. He died shortly after in 1962. Eventually, Maggie lost her spark for fighting animals, and as Saxton fell into his work at Manco, their connection faded. Eventually, she accepted a job at Darling Zoos, and as she and Saxton barely spoke, it was not difficult to keep this secret to herself, that she worked with his nemesis, Charles Darling.
Oh, wait, hold up. Why did she work with him? I'm a little confused about that part.
It probably tells you later on.
Meanwhile, as Saxton worked with TF Industries to supply weapons for Red and Blue, he formed an interesting relationship with the administrator. She had done her best to keep any information about herself secret, but to a very select few. When she was not called the administrator, she went by the name Helen. A slight rebrand from the other names she had used.
Yes, I'm willing to punch
Elizabeth
slappers
and
with Lifu.
Emily.
With me or for me?
With you.
Not for me?
What? That's the same.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it the same?
A gal's gotta make money. Yeah, she gotta live her life, gotta survive.
Since when?
Always.
Being just 2. Helen secretly had an upgraded Australian-powered immortality device grafted onto her forearm. She had also collected the world's largest supply of Australium over the past 100 years and hidden it away within the vaults of Manco. The administrator had played the Mann brothers against each other for years, established thousands of shell companies, filled entire coal mines with the bodies of her enemies, and gathered dangerous information about world leaders so that she could control them. Even still, Grey Man and Charles Darling, who, just like her, were very powerful and wealthy, had eyes and ears everywhere, and were aware of her secrets and caches of the youth-expanding elements. They just could not access them. Saxton was aware that Helen had used his company to hide away Australium, but he did not completely understand what it was. Helen also used her charm to manipulate him through steak dinners and sex. He would do almost anything she asked,
I knew it!
yet his interaction with TF Industries was not normally directly through Helen. It was through her assistant, Miss Pauling, a young woman who at first appeared to be timid, but would do anything to get a job done.
I knew
Pauling
it!
purchased weapons for the mercenaries,
Hoes and
dealt with the
bitches.
administrator's enemies, kept the mercenaries out of trouble, destroyed evidence and confidential information. On a
I mean, like, that's how the world works, right? Like, for example, like, you know how expensive it is to fix your car? So I just married my car mechanic. What's up, honey?
What's up, baby?
That's how the world works.
regular week, she was given a phone book of targets to eliminate. If she did not complete her task, she was told she would be taken out. Even still, she trusted her boss and admired her. Later in around 1966, Gray welcomed his daughter into the world, Olivia, the first man born into the bloodline in over a century. His Australian-powered immortality device had allowed Gray to work hard, stay active, make a child, retain his age, and most importantly, not die. The opposite of his brother's devices that brought them back from the dead upon their frequent deaths as they grew older and older. At Grey Gravel Co., Gray had waited long enough for his brothers to pass away. He wanted the family business his father had given away to the Hale family. He wanted the Australium hidden away in the vaults by the administrator, and he also wanted the land his brothers had. To fast-track this, he began to plan robots that could kill the mercenaries his brothers hired, but these would take a while to complete. In early 1968, Blutarch Mann looked at his mercenaries in the Gravel War and judged just how capable Team Fortress were. They had fought for 38 years and they had aged. Fred the engineer had to rely on robotic legs to walk.
Right?
The medic had disappeared. Virgil the sniper had become more sadistic in his warfare, and the others also had their issues. To rectify this, they were rebranded to Team.
I mean, it's hard not to have issues after you've been like killing people for years, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
What do you expect?
Fortress Classic, let go by TF Industries, and the administrator handpicked 9 new mercenaries as the new Team Fortress. Helen held all of the power in this war, wanted it to continue, and was not willing to give it up. If Zephaniah was forced to see everything after all of these years, she was going to give him a show. She performed extensive background searches on these hires to make sure she could keep them in line if needed, preferably those with dark secrets to exploit and low IQs to manipulate. These were hired in the summer of 1968. For their heavy, Mikhail was offered the role. This was an incredible opportunity for him and his family. TF Industries offered him a lot of money he could send to his family who hid in the Jogja Mountains of northeastern Siberia from the Soviet Union. It also gave him the outlet to kill. As he arrived in the Badlands, he kept his true identity and backstory to himself. He also played down his intelligence in an effort to outsmart those who thought they were better than him. Supplied by Manco, he stormed the battlefield with a minigun he called Sasha. She weighed 150 kilograms and fired $200 custom tool cartridges at 10,000 rounds per minute. This cost TF Industries $400,000 for every 12 seconds of use. Yet, the money did not matter to the administrator. From Germany, Mr. Ludwig was hired as the medic. His knowledge of human anatomy was extremely comprehensive. He committed doctor-assisted homicide against his foes as he healed his team with his medigun. This was the field work he had hoped for, and with 8 other people on his team, he had plenty of subjects to use for experimental procedures. Almost instantly, Ludwig and Mikhail became close. From a
Heavy
long
also has an
line
EST,
of demo men, Tavish Finnegan de Groot joined the team too. Although he was drunk most of the time, he still performed extremely well. The scout came in the form of Jeremy, a young, energetic man from Boston, handy with a shotgun and a baseball bat. A French spy also took over as the team spy. Unknown to Jeremy, his father would fight side by side with him. Mr. Mundy was hired as the sniper,
the dude
and
knows
Sergeant
he's dad,
Jane Doe
right?
was hired as the soldier with his
No.
rocket launcher.
Because he was in disguise when he visited his son.
No. I mean, the dude knows that he is his son.
Yeah.
Okay. So like, the dad knows that his son. The son doesn't know that he's his dad. Okay.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, when Jane moved to the Badlands, he discovered a castle whose owner sought out a roommate. Marasmus had seemingly relocated to the Badlands after the eye incident, but he needed help to pay the bills. The wizard soon learned just how frustrating the soldier was to live with. He did, however, help Jane get a law degree. Just like his father, Dell became
opposing spies are the
team's engineer.
opposing scouts'
In his
dad.
role of
Oh,
area
that makes
denial,
sense.
he designed the most
Only the
advanced
opposing
and
one?
deadly turrets to take down his enemy.
Wait, now I'm confused.
So blue spy is red scouts dad? And
Well,
vice versa?
So wait, so like, it's only on like the but he just said that it's like a fighting with his son side by side. Now I'm even more confused. I am Confucius.
Wait, JJ says no. So I
No, to
think
which
Dragon gotta.
part?
Okay.
Okay, what's okay?
Someone gotta realign what the fuck's going on. Cause
Yeah, because now I'm confused.
Zen, from what I understand, Red Spy is father of both scouts. But there's only one Red Scout.
Well, just act like there's only one team, even though it isn't just finish.
Okay,
So
so we have
I
to
was
continue on.
right. No, I was right.
Yeah.
Dispensers to heal and supply his allies with ammunition, and erected teleporters to allow them fast access to the battleground. Finally, a pyro is hired, but very little is known about them. They viewed the world in a completely different way to the rest of the team. Everything looked like a fantasy. Through the magic of Pyroland, fire from their flamethrower looked like rainbows, their enemies looked like cute babies with wings, and their sharp axe looked like a giant lollipop. From Pyro's perspective, they were giving someone magic, when in reality, their enemies were in pain. Just as Team Fortress Classic and the original Mercenaries had done before them, Team Fortress began their fight in the Gravel War. Although Manco did provide the mercenaries with everything they needed, some of them were not happy about the quality of the products. Saxton Hale had not become the 6th richest man in America by putting money into their production. On one occasion, during a battle at Dust Bowl, Heavy and Soldier's guns broke, and Scout's earpiece melted onto his skull. Yet, there were other products that made a huge difference on the battlefields. Amongst their large line of products, Manco offered Jurate pills. When taken, they tripled the size of the kidneys. Mr. Mundy the sniper found these incredibly useful, and thanks to the new size of his kidneys, was able to fill countless jars with piss. The advert for this product offered the user the ability to make their enemies lose their will to live, and Jurate delivered. When a jar of Sniper's Jurate was launched at an enemy, as soon as they were drenched in that damp stench, they were filled with regret. They would never be happy again, as this memory would always be with them. Mr. Mundy found Jurate exceptionally useful against spies who were
okay, what the fuck am I building? Like, what is this? Is this supposed to be like the mouth of the fish?
able to disappear after they had been splashed. After enough time as a team, Mr. Ludwig the medic built up enough trust with at least Mikhail the Heavy. The brute was strong and able to take out countless enemies, but Ludwig wanted to improve and help the team more. To do this, he came up with the idea of a process called Übercharge, a way to turn the person he was healing invincible. The only issue was that when he had tried this previously, the heart of his earlier experiments had been unable to survive the surge in energy and exploded. Heavy, however, was bigger, and the medic hoped he would survive the procedure. As the rest of the team fought, Ludwig performed open heart surgery on the Heavy, during which he attached an Uber battery to Mikhail's heart. Unfortunately, the heart, just like the others, exploded, but Ludwig had another idea. From his research and work into mega baboons, he had managed to get his hands on one of their hearts. This time, when he attached the battery to it, it was able to withstand the power. With the healing energy of his medigun, the medic placed the heart inside of the Heavy and healed him back up. The first successful Übercharge.
I am so confused. What the fuck is this? I know it's built correctly, but I'm like just wondering, what the fuck is this? Look.
Was performed shortly after, and the rest of the mercenaries were then put through this procedure too. Alongside his experiments, Mr. Ludwig also thought about his contract with Hell. Having built up trust with his teammates, he secretly removed their souls and surgically attached them to his. In doing so, he owned the majority stake in his bigger soul, and when he eventually returned to Hell, he would be able to renegotiate their contract. As for his teammates, their souls were trapped, and if they died, they would have nowhere to go. This latest batch of mercenaries were absolutely hated by the residents of the Badlands, and most notably, two fought. Outside of the war, Jeremy the Scout, the Spy, and Jane the Soldier detonated a bomb inside of what they believed to be a bomb-distributing charity. In reality, it was actually a mall Santa training facility. The Scout and Spy were caught, but the Soldier evaded detection. During their court hearing, Jane came back and used his law degree to represent them as their lawyer.
Oh, damn.
When Jeremy learned the truth from the judge of what he had done, he pointed to Jane and claimed it was his idea. The three of them were then sentenced to community service at the Two Fort Mall. Soldier was forced to play Santa, Scout as a welcome elf, and Spy just watched them from the sidelines as he updated Miss Pauling on the phone of what had happened. As expected, this did not go to plan. Jane antagonized the father of a young boy as he shaved his head. Scout flirted with every woman that looked at him. And remember that guy from the 18th century, Old Nick, the spirit of Australian Christmas? Well, he came to abduct the children to work in his factories. Under the orders of Miss Pauling, Scout and Soldier fought against the man, but it was a child who had been given an icicle by Spy who finished the job. As Nick attempted to run away with him, the boy stabbed him in the neck. The child did not feel scared. He had just followed Spy's request. The destruction of the thought-to-be mythical holiday mascot awarded the trio with a full pardon for their previous actions. Meanwhile, Tavish the Demoman approached the medic with a request. He had seen what Ludwig had been able to do and asked if he was able to regrow his eye. This was simple for Mr. Ludwig, and as soon as the procedure was done, Tavish had 2 eyes. The issue, however, came that Halloween when the eye grew wings and left his eye socket.
What?
It was still haunted, and to get
Hold up. What? How is he the eye? What? How is he the eye growing wings? Okay.
Huh.
together, the mercenaries killed the eye. As the mercenaries continued to fight in the Gravel War and earned a lot of money doing so, Demoman himself claimed to have made $5 million in just 1 year of service. The administrator had her eye on other things. As the space race in
His eyes. Oh, bro. I already forgot about that. There's magicians and shit. Fuck. Oh my god. My brain. There's so much going on.
intensified, Russia launched the first monkeynaut into space, Vladimir Bananas. To fight him in around 1969, the US prepared to send their own monkeynaut, Poopy Joe. When Helen heard that the rocket the US government
Joe.
planned to use to launch the monkey into space was powered by the country's entire national reserve of liquid Australium, she set events in motion to acquire the substance for herself. Through a new subdivision of Manco, Monkeynautics, the administrator offered to host the launch event on her land in the Badlands for the small fee of $1. During this event, the administrator had Manco replace the Australian fuel supply with gravel water from defective suitcase explosives. As a result of this, the rocket exploded upon launch, and so too did Poopy Joe. This
Not Poopy
event
Joe.
was then covered
No,
up.
Poopy Joe.
The disappearance of a national hero, Poopy Joe, was incredibly significant. To find out what had happened, the US Senate began an inquiry. Meanwhile, at a projectile weapons expo, Blue Soldier and Red Demo met without the background noise of the Gravel War, and they became friends. They went to Las Vegas together, basketball games, and even the Eye Museum. 6 months after this friendship began, Miss Pauling was notified and brought this information to the administrator. She saw this friendship as a betrayal of her trust. If they spoke to each other about work, they may discover the truth, that the voice who commanded them to fight warned them of spies in their base, and belittled them if the secret intelligence was stolen from their base was voiced by the same person, her, that they may figure out she played them against each other. To deal with this problem, she pitted them against each other and used her connection to Saxon Hale to make this happen. He had many weapons to dispose of before the
bitch, huh?
inquiry, and this was the perfect excuse to give them away. For Tavish, he was offered a weapon from the Research and Development Lab to fight his friend, the Eyelander. A haunted sword of pattern-welded Damascus steel, harmonically balanced and slow-forged for generations in the bowels of captured English kings. As for Jane, he refused to fight, but as soon as he saw a manipulated video of Tavish calling him a citizen, he changed his mind instantly. This led to a week-long war in which the soldier won. As the Poopy Joe inquiry began, both Saxton Hale and Helen were questioned by the United States Senate. When asked, Hale stated that Poopy Joe was a happy monkey, and after he had landed back on Earth after the successful launch, Manco had awarded the little American hero with an all-expenses-paid holiday to a region that started with Bar. It could have been the Bahamas or Bahrain. What Hale did not know was that the government had discovered the secret crash site of the rocket, and in their examination had uncovered that their Australium was missing.
Bro, like, this lore is so freaking convoluted. It's like, we're not even halfway done, right? And
Jump.
we already had wizards, we already had Abraham Lincoln, we already had Superman, we already had like 20 different betrayals. What? I'm already, oh my god, my brain.
As Saxton Hale was unable to answer their questions, they turned to Helen, and they were very surprised and shocked at just how honest she was. In a heavily redacted statement, the administrator explained that she had been stockpiling Australian for years in order to prevent something, that she had used 18 perfect idiots to help her. But even now, what she required the Australian for is unknown.
Now you have Poopy Joe
When
Space
the Senate
Monkey,
heard
yeah.
her reasoning, it shocked them so much that they put an end to this inquiry, let her go, and ordered for the incineration of all documentation of her part in the hearing. The death of Poopy Joe was felt across America, and with the opportunity to make money, Manco crafted and sold commemorative merchandise to remember the little guy. At Grey Gravel Co., Grey raised his daughter and kept an eye on Helen, Saxton and his brother's activities as he worked on his robotic counterparts of the Team Fortress mercenaries. They called him the Maker, and he loved it. In another effort to find out what the mercenaries she paid to blow up each other every day actually knew about her, TF Industries and the war they fought in, Helen hired a director to interview them. She ordered Miss Pauling to make sure this ran as smoothly as possible. For Jeremy, any chance to see Miss Pauling was perfect. He was in love with her, but anything he did to impress her was ignored. Still, it didn't.
Why? There has been a third DoorDash girl. This one delivered to the wrong door and took someone's seafood boil. What the fuck is wrong with these hoes? Like, quite
hell?
frankly, like, what is wrong with these hoes? Like, so there was the first one who took pictures of a man in his own home. Okay. The second one, she sprayed pepper spray all over the food delivery, and so the dude's wife got super sick from it. Now this.
What the fuck, man? What's wrong with people?
What the fuck? Like, fuck off. And by the way, those are the fucking retards who later on say, oh, give me tips. Oh, I delivered your food, give me extra money. Why did she spray pepper spray? No one knows, but it was recorded on like the ring camera thing. It was all recorded. What the fuck?
They're not very smart.
Not stop him from trying. The director himself was the perfect dupe. He was too arrogant to actually listen to what the mercenaries told him. All he had to do was ask them questions based on the limited information the administrator allowed him. The mercenaries were told the interviews were the perfect opportunity to show the people of the Badlands they were not psychopaths. The Heavy refused to answer any question about the death of his father or his family in Serbia. Jeremy believed he was the mentor of the team. Jane talked in detail about his collection of heads he had compiled from his victims. The information gathered from the interviews from all of the mercenaries gave the administrator just what she needed. They had no idea what they were actually a part of, but she still wanted to send a warning just in case any of them thought about discussing the terms of their contract. 1 week later, Heavy received a photo of Sasha in her bed. Soldier was sent a head stolen from his collection. Mr. Mundy was sent photos of his mother and father. This was a threat, and it was a successful one. As for the director himself, Helen had Miss Pauling murder him so that anything he knew died with him.
Kill
On
them.
Halloween of 1970, the
Casually
mercenaries
murdered
hosted a party.
Yeah.
They had worked hard all year and wanted to relax. Jeremy showed a child the molar of a guy he had hit with his bat. Spy reluctantly gave children cigarettes and a knife, and Heavy made one dressed as Saxton Hale cry after he called him fat. In the corner, Tavish told the terrifying tale of how he had lost his eye when he was a child to the wicked magician Marasmus, of how every Halloween at midnight, some say they had spotted his eye with the wizard stalking the moors. Soldier recognized this name and told Tavish that the only thing Marasmus was doing at night was not the dishes. The wizard was his roommate and they had been having trouble lately. After all of these years, Marasmus had been close. Really close, actually. The wizard knew there was a party and believed he did not need an invite. After Marasmus insulted the food, Jane snapped his staff and a fight broke out. The wizard pronounced this vile party over and summoned the possessed eye of Tavish the Groot to fight the mercenaries, an entity he called Monoculus. Even still, Jane attempted to slap the magic out of Marasmus. The next day, after the defeat of Monoculus, Marasmus was surprised to see the soldier return home to their castle, and things simply went back to normal. Back in one of Red's headquarters, Dell discovered something odd. A piece of bread had been sent through one of his teleporters and had grown a tumor. He and Ludwig believed that if it happened to bread, it also happened
Is this the sandwich lore now?
Oh, it's the sandwich lore.
to the mercenaries who used them every day. Under the impression that they were all going to die soon, Jeremy picked up the courage to finally ask out Miss Pauling. Spy agreed to help him, and over the next few days, Spy taught his son how to seduce women, dance, and the best pickup lines. It was an interesting moment between them, but they believed the end was near. Scout was also completely unaware Spy was his dad. To get Pauling's attention, Scout pressed a button that signaled an alarm for when the intelligence briefcase had been stolen. When she arrived, she was angry with Scout. She was only allowed 1 day off a year and he had ruined it. Meanwhile, Ludwig and Dell discovered that the bread did not contain a tumor. It was actually a self-aware birthmark that thrived only in pure wheat. Ludwig's prognosis was incorrect and the mercenaries were tumor-free. They let the rest of the team know that they would be fine as long as no more bread was teleported. But unknown to them, Soldier had spent the last 3 days teleporting bread. One of these had also turned into a bread monster. Alongside Miss Pauling, Team Fortress destroyed the creature, and although she had been upset with Scout, this turned out to be one of her best days. Going forward, Soldier was warned, no more teleporting bread.
This is a YouTube video? Really?
As 1971 arrived,
Of the animation.
the Gravel War had raged on for over 120 years. The brothers
Watch it
themselves
after.
were 149
If you
years
remember.
old. Each desperately held onto life and refused to leave this mortal realm before the other. Tired of waiting, Grey left the shadows and began his plan. He reached out to each brother with tear-stained letters, each letter forged to appear as if it were from the other. The letter suggested a truce, and after all of this time, both of them agreed to meet in person. For this historic meeting, Redmond and Plutarch rented the Alamo, a Spanish fortress founded in the 18th century, and moved it to New Mexico. Grey, of course, viewed this as a complete waste of money, but their stupidity did not surprise him. In this meeting, surrounded by engineers who kept them alive, Redmond and Plutarch spoke of how they had no heirs, and of how they believed the Man bloodline would die with them because of their fruitless war. In coming together in this truce, they could fix this, and they knew exactly how to do it. Plutarch suggested they create a machine that would make one of them pregnant. Redmond also believed this was the perfect plan. Yet when they discussed the letters that had been sent to them, they realized they had been tricked into this meeting. It was here that Gray introduced himself as their secret brother, but in their older age, they struggled to hear him. Redmond asked if this young man was mechanically inclined, if he would be able to help them with their pregnancy machine. Gray was incredibly intelligent, and he explained exactly who he was, of how he was born, stolen by an eagle, and forced to survive alone. As he told his tale, his Australian-powered immortality device glowed.
I wasn't
His brothers
expecting
had
him,
squandered
Craig.
his
Yeah,
father's
same.
wealth, and he wanted what he was owed. He wanted the Badlands, Manco, and the Australium stored within its vaults. He deserved this. It was his birthright. His brothers had argued over worthless pits of gravel and wasted so much time on a foolish war. Redmond and Plutarch truly believed there was value in gravel. Whoever owned the gravel pits could be a god. Gray corrected them and informed them that the world ran on coal. These almost 150-year-old men refused to adapt
here we go.
or
Wait.
improve.
What do you mean, here we go? From now on, it gets even worse or something? Oh my god.
Having spent enough time with his brothers and over a century of plotting, with 2 swift blows of a knife, Gray killed Redmond,
Oh my god.
and then Plutarch. This left him as the final living son of Zephaniah Man, and from here, he set his sights on what he believed was his birthright. That man-family instinct had kicked in. The strongest sibling had survived, just not the one that Zephaniah thought it would be. With his work done, Gray left the Alamo. This, however, was not the end of his brother's story. Upon their deaths, the brothers became spirits, unable to move on without resolving their conflict. Plutarch was ecstatic. Although he had been murdered, he had outlived his brother by 7 seconds. Redmond, of course, disagreed, and they sought a way to settle this. The death of Redmond and Plutarch Man put an end to the Gravel War. Because of this, Team Fortress no longer had anyone to fight for. This moment was unexpected and forced the administrator to adapt. When he returned to Gray Gravel Co., Gray set his army of robots on every Manco facility on Earth. He planned to take the company, just like his brothers had fought against each other. A couple of days later, Saxton Hale was informed about the death of the brothers and that an attack was on the way, but Hale believed he had something more important to deal with. Within the Samdrup Jankar district of the Kingdom of Bhutan, Saxton had discovered the very last Yeti of his species. Although the team there had given it months of behavioral counseling and intense aromatherapy to curb its unspeakable savageness, Hale wanted to fight it. Saxton knew he would not have time to fly back to Manco to hire a team to defend his company from Gray's robots, so he recorded a recruitment video and had it delivered to TF Industries. With it, he fought the Yeti, and when the tape arrived in the Badlands through TF Industries, the mercenaries of Team Fortress were rehired to fight in a new war for Manco. The mercenaries were a little conscious to jump into another war, but when Miss Pauling explained that for some reason, Gray's robots ran on money, they accepted. This was not just a fight for Man or Saxton Hale, it was a fight for their jobs.
Hey Griever, how you doing?
For some time, Team Fortress fought against robotic counterparts of themselves as they defended Manco facilities across the Badlands. Some of these included Big Rock, Coal Town, Decoy, Ghost Town, Manhattan, Manworks, and Rottenburg. Outside of the man versus machine war, Marasmus continued to get frustrated with his roommate. Jane never cleaned up after himself, took his kill me, come back stronger pills, wore the wizard robes, stretched them out, and often filled the toilets with sour cream. The final straw was when he used one of the magician's ancient artifacts as a bowl. This was a skull forged in hell that fed on souls, but the soldier did not care. To get rid of this nuisance, Marasmus kicked out the soldier and
Bro, the more I hear about Soldier, the more I'm like, I really, really like this character. Like, he just don't give a fuck.
Yeah, so everyone loves Soldier.
Oh my god. He's like, bro, like that just sounds like a you problem.
attempted to sell him as a familiar to other wizards in an advertisement in the Two-Fort Reader. He claimed the familiar was looking for his forever home, was not house-trained, but would be great for wizards who were just starting out. For just $3, free, or even a better
So fucked up. I love this. This is so fucked up.
best offer, this familiar could be theirs. This issue of the Two-Fort Reader also included a request from Miss Pauling looking for companionship, who felt the pressure of her job. As Halloween approached, Marasmus prepared for and left for the 1156th WizardCon in Minnesota, in which he had been invited to be a guest speaker.
Fucking Minnesota. WizardCon, okay. Oh my god. So was freaking Minnesota, huh?
Living with a non-wizard.
This is so stupid. My god.
His topic was about living with a non-wizard. Everything seemed to have gone well. However, when he returned on the 31st, on Halloween, he discovered that he had not dealt with his roommate's problem as well as he had thought. Soldier had broken into his castle, raccoons wandered the lawn, they bit into the Abominomicon, a washing machine had been set on fire, a refrigerator had been sealed shut and was in the process of being buried. All of this commotion had also alerted the city of a raccoon infestation. Every raccoon in the greater Badlands area had moved into his castle of eldritch horror.
Oh my god.
Marasmus ensured the city employee that every raccoon would be destroyed within an hour, but this was not why she had been sent. The city had decided to annex the castle to turn it into a raccoon sanctuary. Soldier had also become the park ranger of this area. As a result, Jane was given the castle and Marasmus was kicked out. Marasmus had only wanted to live in peace, but Jane the soldier had once again ruined everything. In a rage, the wizard threatened to actually kill the soldier this time, but because Jane had taken the kill me come back stronger pills, this was impossible. So the wicked magician of dark magic went with a second option, to kill everyone Jane cared about.
Oh my god.
That evening, Marasmus waged war against Team Fortress. Unfortunately, even with his immense power, the wizard was defeated. Having lost everything, Marasmus left the Badlands and moved to Los Angeles. One evening at his castle of Eldritch
Oh no, the dude had to move now to LA instead of Minnesota. Speak of insult to injury.
Horror/Raccoon Sanctuary, Park Ranger Sergeant Jane Doe had a knock at the door. The spirits of the Mann brothers had seen his advertisement in the Two-Fort Bystander as a lawyer. They hoped his knowledge of the law could help them adjudicate their 100-year rivalry. In a rare moment of intelligence, Jane explained that none of them were completely dead, until one of them actually moved on to the other side. Their stalemate would continue. In response to this, both brothers attempted to send the other one to hell with the use of a pit to the netherworld. As the war between Manco and Gray's robot continued, under the supervision of Miss Pauling, Team Fortress saved the Manco Museum and a quicklime factory, amongst many other locations. The issue they had was that in just the Badlands alone, there were 306 Manco plants, office buildings, warehouses, and outlet malls. They could not be everywhere at once. Unknown to the team, however, Soldier had managed to infiltrate Grey Gravel Co. disguised in the robot costume he had worn for Halloween years before. The team
Yo,
at
that's
first
crazy.
did not believe him that the next assault would take place at the Manco facility at 20 Gravel Pit Way at exactly 1 PM, but when an army of robots arrived, they took him seriously. Over the next week, Miss Pauling, Mikhail, and Jane disguised themselves as robots and infiltrated Grey Gravel Co. for information. Grey was confused about how Team Fortress had managed to prepare for their attacks. It was only when he unveiled his latest robot, the Mecha Engineer, that it pointed out the humans in disguise. As the months continued into 1972, wherever Grey sent his robots, the mercenaries were ready for them. This was his worst nightmare. He had fallen into a stalemate, just like his idiot brothers. Having finally finished his business in Yeti Park, Saxton Hale returned to Manco with a stuffed Yeti, his trophy. As he did so, however, Greyman entered his office with a small army of robots. He accepted that the war had turned into a stalemate because of the mercenaries' interference. He gave Saxton this win and then offered him a new proposition: all or nothing, the Manco Challenge. This policy stated that the CEO of any other company could take over as the CEO of Manco League.
Well, I am tired of drama and grifting, and I'm calling it a night. Good night, Jason. Hope you
Good
feel
night, Jason.
better tomorrow.
Yeah.
He did mention like his work has been like crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Do better, bro.
Legally
Yeah,
against the
get some
current
proper
CEO
rest.
in unarmed combat. This was one of the policies Saxton himself had implemented. Grey was a lot smaller than Saxton, and he happily accepted this offer. As with everything Greyman did, not all was as it seemed, but before he could reveal his trick, Saxton began to hit him over and over again. When he was finally able to speak, Grey revealed that he was no longer in fact the CEO of Grey Gravel Co. His daughter Olivia was. Saxton Hale was known for his love of fighting. He had literally just fought a Yeti, but when it came to a little girl, he could not bring himself to do it. He asked his assistant Bidwell to fight her instead. When he refused, Reddy refused. Olivia followed her father's instructions.
This is the most base thing I have seen.
He's like, huh? Okay.
Good God.
And fought Hale, and when he did not fight back, little Olivia Mann was appointed as the CEO of Manco through the Manco Challenge. Distraught, Saxton Hale left his former office, then the country. Grey then took the mantle of CEO from his daughter. With this power, he fired the mercenaries and looked ahead to his next task, to find which vault the administrator had hidden away her Australium. As for Helen, as soon as she discovered that Grey had become CEO of Manco, she fled and left a warning for Miss Pauling to hide. Without anyone to stop him, Grey began to work through the maze of shell companies Manco had created in order to hide their assets. Meanwhile, Helen reached out to Del Conager and asked for his help. He already knew of his grandfather's relationship with Elizabeth, what Australian was, and how it functioned from the documents found in Radigan's grave. In doing so, he disappeared from the face of the planet and used the administrator's access to empty the Australian vaults before Grey could find it. With Team Fortress disbanded, the rest of the mercenaries moved away to start again. Mikhail returned to watch over his family in the Jugja Mountains, Tavish moved back in with his mother in their mansion, and Pyro moved to the city. Without any money to pay for the raccoon sanctuary, previously known as Castle Marasmus, Soldier was evicted. Scout was kind enough to help him move out, but in the process, Jane
was he
accidentally
evicted?
broke both of Jeremy's arms. After this, the soldier moved to Los Angeles.
Oh
It
no,
was
poor
here
guy.
he found a cave
Oh, no, he's
lined
going
with
with them.
gold and made it his home to protect it. However, this was not gold. He did not understand what he had stumbled upon. 2 weeks after Spy had lost his job, without a voice to command him and with Gray in charge, he decided it would be best to lay low for a while. However, when he planned to leave, Jeremy asked to come with him. Well, not with him, but for a lift to Two Fort so that he could get all of his savings inside of his bank account there. Spy just wanted to leave, but when Jeremy mentioned how upset his mother would be if she found out he had lost all of his savings, Spy allowed him into the car. It was clear the Spy still cared for Scout's mother after 27 years, so the duo left for Two Fort. In Australia, Mr. Mundy returned to find that both of his parents had passed away. As he began to clear away their house, he discovered the truth, that they were not his real parents, and if anyone did know anything, it would be Miss Pauling and the administrator. He just had to wait to find out the truth. In another part of the country, Saxton Hale did something he never thought he
his
would
parents
do.
passed away.
He traveled to Darling Zoos. If there was anyone who could help him get his company back, it would be Charles Darling. But as soon as he arrived and saw all of the poor, captured animals behind the bars, locked away so that no one could fight them, he lost his temper and burned most of the zoo down.
Oh
As
shit.
a consequence, he was arrested and sent to Millhaven Ultra Prison for dangerous men. Finally, there was Mr. Ludwig. He missed his team after it had disbanded. He also missed the black market organs and test subjects he had been able to get through TF Industries. During this
Like, what is this brick? Like, what? It's like I'm just layering the Legos to make a brick. Like, there's so many pieces just in this thing alone. It's like just layering. That's all it is, layering.
Yeah, it's the base of it. You need a good base, you know?
They could have just provided like just one brick like this.
No.
this period, he discovered that Team Fortress Classic was active once again, funded by someone new, Greyman. This team had lost their medic and Ludwig was the perfect fit. Gray knew that although Team Fortress was no more, these mercenaries could still be an issue, so he hoped Team Fortress Classic would help keep him on his winning streak. The Classic Heavy was completely against the hiring of Ludwig, but Gray was in charge. When Scout and Spy eventually arrived in Two Fort, Spy was surprised to find that Jeremy had spent almost every dime he had earned on 12 cubic yards on Tom Jones memorabilia. He believed that this would be worth a fortune in the future. Spy called him an imbecile. Tom Jones was only in his 20s, the most virile man in the world, and he had no enemies. He was virtually immortal.
Okay.
Scout claimed they were simply an investment. Meanwhile, this was a big day for the people of Two Fort. They wanted justice for the victims of what they dubbed the Two Fort Nine. Portions of their town had been destroyed several times and innocents had been caught in the crossfire. With the opportunity, Scout and Spy were arrested for their part in the destruction of Two Fort. As a part of Team Fortress Classic, Mr. Ludwig took advantage of every opportunity he had. He spent the entire medical budget on zoo parts and then began to experiment on his teammates. He was especially interested in how baboon uteruses interacted with a human host. Both the
Wait,
Classic
what?
Heavy and Greg
the
the
hell?
Demoman were unknowing test subjects in this
Bro, medic
endeavor.
gotta chill.
In secret, Helen the Administrator hunted down every ounce of Australium she could with the help of Dell. She lied, cheated, and killed. On the other side of this war, in May, Gray and his team tracked down one of the last natural sources of Australium in Australia, Uluru, also regarded as Ayers Rock by some European explorers. This was the reserve Australia had hidden away from the world with a hollow shell of balsa wood and styrofoam. Without a supply of Australium for the first time in over a century, the people of Australia lost their muscles, moustaches, and bright minds. They became regular Australians. Alongside this, Gray began another venture, a robot designed to leach any Australium out of the blood of its target. If he could perfect this design and unleash an army of them on Australia, his Australium troubles would be over. If he could store as much of this as possible,
JJ,
he could become immortal through his device. 6 whole months after Gray had taken over Manco and the world's supply of Australium had disappeared, Helen reached out to Miss Pauling through a letter with a simple instruction: assemble the team. Without hesitation, Pauling got to work. First, she sought out Jane in Los Angeles. It was not a coincidence that the soldier had traveled to the same place Marasmus had fled to after he had lost his castle. When he arrived, he had done some research. Marasmus was happy, had got a new home and an even more interesting roommate, the Tom Jones. Jane
Oh, I fucked up my hand with this piece.
No.
Now it flew somewhere. I don't know where.
I'll look for it.
No, it's literally multiple pieces. You won't find it.
Well, I have to use the restroom anyway, so continue.
You won't find it.
I have to use the restroom.
Alright.
Jane had lost everything, and he did not like that Marasmus was so happy. To pay the bills, Jane had taken on the role of a tour guide of celebrities' homes and iconic locations. Dick Van Dyke's home and the log in which the soldier had killed and buried the Beatles were just 2 of many. On this tour, however, he added another home to show to the tourists, the home of Tom Jones. To give his followers the best view possible, he broke into the home and then by impulse snapped at Tom Jones's neck. The opportunity was there and he had to take it. In this moment, upstairs, Marasmus heard what he believed to be popcorn cracking. When this poor, defeated wizard realized that his roommate, and possibly more, had been killed by the plague that was Soldier, he asked what he had done to deserve this. Jane explained that he was sad and he did not like seeing his ex-roommate so happy. In Marasmus's
Wait. Soldier literally acts like a jilted ex-girlfriend. I'll find it.
"6,000 years of life. Agreeing to be Soldier's roommate was his only regret. This man had taken everything from him.
Okay, this is not Karen. This is just like a schizo ex-girlfriend. Like, bro, like what?
Okay.
His sanity, castle, and now Tom Jones. But his pain was not over. On her mission for the Administrator, Miss Pauling tracked down Soldier's exact location and put on a police outfit. When Marasmus opened the door, happy that Soldier may finally get what he deserved, Miss Pauling asked the magician to check Tom Jones's pulse so that his fingerprints would be on him for when the real police arrived. As a result, Marasmus was arrested for the murder of Tom Jones. Free from any danger, Pauling and Soldier moved on to their next mercenary, Pyro, who they discovered had somehow become the CEO of Frontier Engineering. Meanwhile, at the Manco Monkey Naught Company vault, Gray and his daughter finally believed that, through months of searching, countless shell companies had found the vault that the administrator had hidden away her £200,000 of Australium. But as they opened it, Gray was once again disappointed. She was always one step ahead. He needed the Australium not only for his grander
Now it just sounds like Nikocado Avocado. One step ahead.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
plan of world domination, but also to refuel his Australian-powered immortality device that had begun to run low. Over the following days, Pauling rehired Tavish from his mansion as Team Fortress Classic searched the administrator's old secret office in Bilious Gorge for clues, but
like, jokes aside, it did fuck up my finger. When, like, my finger got hit.
Yeah.
Not hit, like, I was trying to push it in. It did fuck up my finger.
Are you
the
bleeding?
trail
No.
was cold. As Pauling, Tavish, Jane and Pyro moved on to their next mercenary, they discussed their plan of action. Mikhail was in Serbia, Sniper was in Australia, Del had disappeared completely, and Medic had taken a job and also disappeared. As for Scout and Spy, well, after Pyro happened to cut off Soldier's hand and they had to go to a vet's office, Pauling saw a newspaper article about their trial.
And hi, J-Dog. How are you doing?
The duo was sentenced to be
Hey,
hanged
J-Dog.
in 2 forts, so they had to get there first. Over in Australia, at the Millhaven Ultra Prison for Dangerous Men, Saxton Hale was released, and to his surprise, Maggie had come to pick him up. Even though they had grown apart over these years, she still cared for him. She asked what he had done. Tax evasion, check fraud, surely nothing dangerous or physical. With Maggie, he could be vulnerable and explain that he had lost his company and, in his desperation, had almost asked Charles Darling for help, but had lost his temper. Even though he had left her for his father's company, Maggie still offered to help. She knew exactly who to ask, even if Saxton did not like it. Her boss, Charles Darling, would be able to help. Upon their arrival in 2 forts, Pauling asked Tavish and Jane to head to the courthouse to find out where they were keeping Scout and Spy, as she went to meet with the administrator in a secret meeting in an alley, middle of 7th and Main. As for Pyro, they went to the library to look at the books. In this meeting, Pauling
Good night, Inspired.
gave Helen an update of how she had Pyro,
Good night,
Soldier
Inspired.
and Demo with her, tracked down most of the rest, but she did not know where Medic and the engineer were. Helen kept her cards close to her chest, and although a little snappy with her assistant, she did tell her that she was proud of her, but there was still more to do. From the shadows, the administrator hid her appearance. It was clear from what was visible that she had not fueled her immortality device with Australium in a while, and she really needed Pauling's help. Helen told her not to worry about finding Del or the medic, that over the past 6 months,
So wait, without the Australium, she basically is withering away like the wicked witch she is.
Yes. To be
she had
fair,
lied
Yeah.
remember that she lost her parents to Manco. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. Uh, just because you have a tragic story, that doesn't mean you cannot be the bad guy.
that's fair.
lied, cheated, and killed to attain as much of the 89,000 tons of Australium in existence as she could. Now, there was only one cache of the element left that she could not reach in the sunken nation of New Zealand, and she wanted Pauling and the mercenaries to get it for her. The issue was that she believed both Grey Man and Charles Darling were also after it and her mercenaries. As she departed, Helen left Pauling with one more thing: the coordinates of her secret hideout, a place to meet her once the Australium had been retrieved. This hideout was located in the Organ Needle, a mountain range in New Mexico. This place was located about 4 miles away from the town of White Sands and the White Sands Missile Range. This was a huge day for the people of Two Fort. They believed they would finally get justice for everything the Two Fort 9 had done. Well, at least 2 of them, but not all was as it seemed. The mayor had blamed them over the years for mistakes he had made. He had accidentally rezoned the town's only school into a parking lot, which had forced the children to learn in a casino, and a pizzeria had been forced to close down when a city dump had been requisitioned in the middle of the town square. Yet, the people believed the mayor when he told them these things had been orchestrated by the mercenaries. Around the city, popcorn stands were set up and mercenary dolls put up for sale. Inside of the courthouse, Mayor Mike was ready to declare them guilty without a trial, but he was told by Scout's lawyer that they actually needed one. But when Jane and Tavish entered the courtroom and Jane accidentally snapped the neck of the lawyer, the 4 of them were sentenced to hanging. Over in the library, Miss Pauling sought out something very specific: the last copy of a genealogy record created in 1850. With confirmation from the librarian that there was no other copy, she dropped it into a fire created by Pyro. This record specifically was of someone called Helen. Whoever Helen the administrator really was, or connected to, she did not want anyone to know. Thanks to Miss Pauling, they never would. The assistant had worked for TF Industries for around 10 years, and when she discovered that Scout, Spy, Soldier, and Demoman were all set to hang, she was not surprised. Their actions without her supervision normally ended this way, and as usual, she got them out of trouble. Miss Pauling explained that the issues the people of Two Fort had with the mercenaries were issues that were outside of their power. It was Mayor Mike who had made all of these mistakes. The mayor also did not have the power to hang people. After a civics lesson, the mercenaries were set free and the people of Two Fort looked to the future, with a mayor who wanted to learn how to be a mayor. With everyone safe, Miss Pauling began the next stage of her plan. She sent Jeremy, Jane, and Pyro to Serbia to get Heavy, while she, Spy, and Tavish left for Australia to get Mr. Mundy. In preparation, she even left a message at a store Mikhail traveled to, but when he received it, he chose to ignore it. His family was more important. Upon their arrival at Darling Manor, Maggie explained to Saxton what had happened to her after he had left her. She felt like she had lost her spark, went through many husbands who did not survive more than a week, and eventually accepted the job with their nemesis. If there was anyone to help Hale beat Grey Man, it was Charles. In this meeting, Charles agreed to help, but under his own conditions. His study was home to many animals, the last of their kind, and he wanted them to live forever. If Hale could get him Australium, he would help. Saxton knew his vaults had Australium, but Charles corrected him. Through his own ways, he knew that the administrator had spent 150 years stockpiling Australium, and that she had also stolen it from Manco's vaults after Grey's victory. He did, however, believe he knew of an Australian reserve Grey and Helen had not discovered. If Hale could find it, he would help. So Saxton and Mags left for a private plane. As Soldier, Scout, and Pyro arrived in the freezing Jojo Mountains, Soldier asked the shopkeeper where Heavy was. She explained that he came to the store once a month and it would be best to wait for him to return as the cold, the storms, and the animals here were deadly. Yet, Jane believed that this was some sort of communist plot to keep him away from his friend. So, he ignored the warning and pushed Scout and Pyro forward towards the mountains. On their way, they suffered from the cold, hunger, discovered the long-lost plane of missing explorer and hot dog businesswoman Amelia Earhart, and fought against bears. Unknown to them, this victory was short-lived as these bears were just children, and their mother was angry. To their luck, Mikhail happened to be close. He had not been in a fight since the end of the war with Grey, and with a lot of pent-up aggression, he took down this bear with ease. It had been over a week since Miss Pauling and the mercenaries had left Two Forts, and always a step behind. Grey entered the library and requested the genealogy record.
Also, I think you guys were right about these being teeth. I think you guys were right about it.
Records of 1850, only to discover they had been destroyed. He had no idea how one mousy little girl and a group of morons had managed to stay ahead of him. In the background, Team Fortress Classic did get a lead on them, finally, but their mission was to discover the location of the administrator. To do that, they decided to simply just follow Pauling in the hopes she would lead them to her. Back in Serbia, Mikhail introduced Soldier and Pyro to his mother at their...
What is the Lego even supposed to be? Hold on, I'm gonna drop it. And not Discord though.
Anglerfish.
This is what I'm making. I'm gonna put it here.
cabin as Jeremy took a nap. When he woke up,
Starvin was able to finally see the mustaches on the ears.
he was greeted by Zana. She had not seen a friendly man other than her brother since they had fled, and she wanted something from him. Yet, Jeremy only had one woman in mind, Miss Pauling. Because this tiny man with lots of words did not give her what she wanted, Zana left the room and discovered Soldier. He was more than happy to comply. The return of Mikhail's other sisters, Yana and Bronislava, led to a family meal and meeting. Scout explained that Miss Pauling had put the team back together, that she needed him, but the Heavy believed his family needed him more. For most of their lives, he had provided for and protected them from evil men, since the evil men had taken their father away from him. The girls, however, revealed that during their big brother Misha's time in America, evil men had come. They butchered them like hogs and their screams had died on their lips. They had not told him because they did not want him to worry. He was enjoying his time in the Badlands. It was time for him to move on with his life, and time for them to move on with theirs. They hated living in a cabin, and more than that, they hated bear meat. With this permission from his family...
Not gonna lie, so like this game has so the lore is goofy at times, but a lot of the time it's fucking dark, man.
Very, very dark.
So dark, like what the heck?
I love it.
Family, Mikhail asked if the mission would be dangerous, if there would be dangerous men, and if he could destroy them. To all of these, Jeremy said yes. With their freedom, Yana planned to go to Paris, Bronislava to New York. As for Zana, she had other plans. She was quite taken with Soldier and she wanted to go with and help him.
Alright.
So, she did.
Told you I got a girl.
As Miss Pauling was
Hell yeah.
informed by Jeremy that Heavy was back for the next stage of the plan, she asked that all of the mercenaries come to Australia for different missions. Miss Pauling planned to track down Mr. Mundy with Tavish. She sent Jeremy and Heavy to Uluru to investigate the Australian mine, and Jane and Spy to recover a submarine so that they could access New Zealand, in which Zana joined them. From a distance, Team Fortress Classic watched Pauling's every move for Grey. On their way to the Uluru Katachuta National Park, Scout asked why they had to go there. Heavy knew there would be no Australium, but they could get answers to who had taken it and where it had gone. In an awkward moment of silence, Jeremy blurted out, "So your dad's dead, huh?" He then confessed that his dad had disappeared. Heavy knew more than most and just responded with, "Yes, your father disappears often." He knew who Jeremy's father was. Meanwhile, at the naval submarine
plot
base,
thickens.
Zana and Soldier planned
Knows.
their attack. They expected heavy resistance, unaware that the Australians had lost their strength. Spy was stuck with them. After many searches of possible locations, Pauling and Tavish believed they had finally tracked down Mundy at his parents' house. When they entered, he attacked and knocked them out. At the submarine base, before Zana and Soldier entered, Jane gave her something important, a partial necklace of human ears. This signified a proposal. In high spirits, Spy approached the sailors as Jane and Zana performed a couple's neck snap, but they were confused. Australians were meant to be the strongest fighters in the world, yet these were weak. Spy explained the situation of how they had lost their strength as the sailors handed over the keys to the submarine without a fight. They had completed their mission, and as the trio waited for Miss Pauling to arrive, they helped the injured recover.
The picture.
Over at Ayers Rock, Scout and Heavy discovered the Australians' trick, that this whole thing was just a hollow shell made out of balsa wood and styrofoam. Inside, they found the Australian reserve depleted, but this was not all they discovered. This was also where Charles Darling had sent Saxton Hale and Max. Together, they decided it would be best to work together to track down who had stolen the element, and in doing so, Hale would be able to get his company back. When Pauling and Tavish finally woke up, Sniper put the demo man back to sleep with some homemade moonshine. As for the assistant, Mr. Mundy had questions and he knew she had the answers. He described how he had lost his parents, well, not his real parents, and wanted to know the truth. Mundy had prepared to torture her for this information, but she just told him. His parents were in New Zealand, and that is where they were off to after they had picked him up. Pauling had collected the final member of Team Fortress she could, and with him left to meet Spy and Soldier at the Naval Marine Base. Now, Dell the engineer had not been seen in over 6 months by his former team, but he had been seen frequently by the administrator in her secret base. Through what Australium was left and his knowledge passed down through the generations, he upgraded her immortality device to the Mark V. This design ran much leaner and on a quarter of the Australium the Mark IV had used. Helen appreciated Dell and his family for everything they had done for her over the past 150 years. She knew that when she ran out of Australium, she would die, but she just needed enough to settle an old debt. Deep under the ocean, Pyro, Sniper, Zana, Pauling, Spy, Soldier, and Demoman ventured close to the fallen, sunken nation of New Zealand. Pauling hoped to find the Australian Helen had told her about. Inside, Sniper was greeted and welcomed home by the last living people in this lost land. His birth parents, Bilbel
Wait, they're
and
still
Lana.
alive?
They told him of how the nation had fallen and how he, Mundy, had been accidentally sent into space. Since then, everyone drowned. They were stuck in this lab, and Lana became dependent on wine. This all made
Nice cop out to say I'm an alcoholic.
Sense
an
to
alcoholic.
Mundy how he never grew a mustache, Australia-shaped chest hair, or why he never wanted to fistfight the other children.
Okay. If you don't grow Australian shaped chest hair and you don't want to fist fight other children, you're not really Australian. Remember that.
Damn, bro.
He was not Australian. Miss Pauling was more interested in the lost cache of Australium. Bilbel claimed to know exactly what these big yellow rocks were for and how valuable they were, but he was wrong. He did not know that it could hyperextend the human lifespan. He had used it to paint his prototype spaceships, and many of them had exploded. This one here was the final one. As Pauling realized just how stupid Mundy's father was and shared some wine with Lana, Bilbel asked how his son had returned from space. Mundy explained he never reached space. He'd landed on a farm and been raised as an Australian. There was no magma, no fire. The world was fine. Lana realized her life had been stolen from her. In a moment of anger, she entered the final prototype.
You're okay there, Zen. Are you
Yeah.
spacing out?
I'm not spacing out. I'm cutting my nails.
Okay.
Yeah, I found the nail cutter and I was like, wait, it's been in
And
front of me the
I found
entire.
it. I put it there.
You did?
Yes.
I was looking for it.
Yeah, you didn't say anything. I was cleaning up and I found it and I put it on your desk.
My bad.
Okay.
Rocket coated an Australian with a bottle of wine and launched
Love you.
herself into space.
Love
This was the
Lifu.
last known cache of Australium on Earth, and Pauling felt defeated. She had failed the administrator. The launch of the rocket created a giant hole in the ceiling that subsequently allowed water to flood into this lab. The team attempted to escape to the submarine, but ever selfish, Bilbel stole it and left them to their fate. Mundy had just met
Why did he
his
steal
birth
it?
parents, but they had both abandoned him so quickly. Then the
Damn.
door to the rest of the city opened once again, but it was not Bilbel. It was something far worse. Team Fortress Classic. They had watched from afar as long as possible, but without their intervention, Team Fortress would die, and with it, any information they had about the administrator. During their arrival, the Classic Heavy shot Mundy as his team watched helplessly as he bled out. This
Damn.
was the best and worst day of his life.
Jesus.
Around 6 hours later,
This is
the
dark.
Team Fortress Classic mercenaries
Yeah.
returned to Gray's base of operations, Gray Gravel Co., with the body of Sniper and the rest of the administrator's team. The Classic Heavy gave Gray an update on what had happened and told him that he would have the location of Helen in just 1 hour. His team were good at interrogation and pulling information from prisoners. The Heavy wondered why someone like Gray wanted to dominate the world at such an old age. Was it really worth it if they did not have that much time left? Gray revealed just how old he was, 150, and that he intended to live forever. The Heavy did not like how dismissive Gray was. The money he paid him and his team was good, but the ability to live forever was worth so much more than that.
The Gray was
So
the
he
instigator.
turned on his employer. Below in interrogation, Beatrice attempted to find out as much as she could from Soldier as a restrained Zana watched. He had dreamt about the day he would be tortured for valuable information, but the interrogation part of this meeting was cut short when he revealed that he did not know where the administrator was. Only Miss Pauling did. He did want to be interrogated though. It was clear that Jane had nothing the classic Pyro needed, but before she could torture him for fun, her Heavy arrived with Gray as a new prisoner and person to torture. Before he left, the classic Heavy also pulled Gray's immortality device from his back. This immobilized him and left Man the weakest he had been in over 100 years. Resourceful as ever, Zana managed to cut off her hand and with the other, trap the pyro in her suit with a grenade. In doing this, Jane felt even closer to her. In a very rare, desperate moment for Gray, he begged the duo to take him with them to Miss Pauling. He knew he was dying without his device and he needed to speak to her. Meanwhile, in the holding cell, as Tavish struggled with alcohol withdrawal, Pauling and Spy discussed their situation. The assistant felt that she had screwed up. Spy believed the opposite. In her time as their administrator, only one of them had died. Considering what they had been through, that was commendable. To evade torture, Spy offered to share half of his cyanide tablets with her, but before they could swallow, Mikhail walked in. The Heavy told them that the island was full of robots and that he would fight them to give his team a head start to escape. All he needed was the coordinates of the administrator. Miss Pauling did not notice how suspicious this behavior was and openly gave him this information. As soon as the coordinates were revealed, Heavy transformed into the classic Spy. She had been tricked. With this information, Greg the Demoman and Spy were ordered to kill the captives, but upon the arrival of Zana and Soldier, two more of the classic mercenaries joined Beatrice in death. At the end of his life, Gray asked for the help of Miss Pauling and her mercenaries. She was angry. Why would she listen to him? He had cost all of them their jobs, had them captured and tortured, and got Sniper killed. He claimed that, yes, sure, he would have done awful things with the power all of that Australian would have given him, but he promised that whatever Helen had planned was so much worse. His last request for them was to stop her. This did not go down well with the assistant. She had lied, killed, and framed people for the administrator. She knew exactly who she was and would be right by her side when she did whatever her grand plan was. This was a great speech by Pauling, but during, Gray passed away without her noticing. The death of Grey Man was yet another significant moment in this twisted timeline. He was the last of the Mann brothers and left only his daughter, Olivia Mann, as the last man standing. From him, she inherited everything, Manco and the Badlands. In Mr. Ludwig's lab, he looked down at his friend, the Sniper. He had been murdered, and the medic felt that it was up to him to bring him back. Meanwhile, in what was either a hallucination or a real spiritual state, Mundy found himself in heaven with the parents who had raised him. He was told he would have to return to Earth soon, but he did not want to. He wanted to be with them. They told him he was a professional and there were still rotten people down there who needed to be killed. Then there was a flash, and he saw Ludwig. In his crowning medical achievement, Mr. Ludwig had brought someone back from the dead, but Mundy had a big issue with who he thought was his friend. The last thing Mr. Mundy had seen before he had bled out was the medic's smug, evil grin, and with this fresh in his mind, the Sniper lashed out. Ludwig was confused. That was just how he smiled. He had been happy to see his friend. He had only joined them in the first place because the team had disbanded. He needed access to black market organs and test subjects, and they needed a medic. It was nothing personal. Ludwig actually liked Sniper. With this issue dealt with, Sniper asked if what he had seen was real. Was that heaven? Ludwig explained that it was just a hallucination, while Sniper truly believed it was real. This made him the most dangerous person on the island. He knew what was waiting for him. Despite this incredible achievement, the classic Heavy was furious. He had killed the Sniper because he wanted him dead. He did not want him brought back. In a rage, he stamped on Archimedes. As Ludwig revived his bird and was ordered to kill his friend, Sniper ran away, and the Heavy was informed that 3 of his men had been killed by Team Fortress. The Heavy wanted revenge, and he knew exactly how to get it for the departed classic spy, Demoman and Pyro. Yet, the Heavy was not the only person who wanted revenge. This man had injured Archimedes and hurt Ludwig's friends. The medic knew that if he was patient, he would get his chance. Eventually. As Miss Pauling, Spy, Tavish, Jane, Pyro, and Zana looked for a way to...
What is this? What am I making? What is this?
It looks fucked right now, but honestly, it probably look better when it's fully completed,
What the
honey.
hell is this?
to escape.
Looks like a
All
very
around
fucked up
them, they
spaceship.
heard the ramblings of the
Yeah.
classic Heavy. To finally stop them, he activated and unleashed one of Grey's projects, the Army of Leech
boat?
Robots.
Yeah,
These were programmed to
It kind of does look like a boat you take over a swamp, right? Thing here.
Yeah.
suck the Australium out of the blood of the mercenaries, but as theirs did not contain any of the element, the robots would keep going until they were dead. One by one, Pauling and her mercenaries fell. However, when it came to Tavish, the robots began to malfunction. His blood was so full of alcohol that it poisoned them. During this,
Damn.
Medic was finally reunited with his team, and as fast as he could, he poured their blood back into them. It was not an exact science as their
That
blood
face
types
is
mixed,
my
and
face.
he even used
Huh?
his underwear to sponge blood out of the puddles, but it
Her
worked.
face
In the
when he was
robot
pouring the
control
blood
room,
back in.
the classic soldier, scout, and
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the fuck? Dude, that face is everything.
Oh, what?
blood back into them. It was not an exact science as their blood types mixed, and he even used his underwear to sponge blood out of the puddles, but it worked. In the robot control room, the classic soldier, scout, and engineer asked their Heavy how they were going to get paid for their work if their boss was dead. To the Heavy, this was worth so much more than money. He held a device in his hand that could grant him and his men immortality. The issue for Fred was that there was only one device. He believed himself to be a fantastic engineer, but the replication of something so advanced was so far out of his capability. Instead, he offered his services in another way. Team Fortress had once again survived a deadly attack and angered the Heavy, but Grey did have a ton of robots from when he had waged war against Manco. With a possible solution to this problem, the Heavy ordered Fred to get them running. After their adventure at Ayers Rock, Mags, Saxton, Jeremy, and Mikhail were led to Grey's Island in their investigation of the missing Australium. The Scout and Heavy jumped out of the plane above the island as the other two recounted stories of their previous adventures. Mikhail was surprised to find that his sister was on the island. He was even more surprised and worried when he saw her necklace of human ears. He knew exactly what this meant. Soldier had proposed, and Zana would soon bear his child. With everyone back together, Jeremy updated Paul.
Oh, I just realized.
Awkward.
He's boinking his sister. Hi, Niall. How you doing?
Hey, now, what's up, man?
Pauling of how there was no Australium, but had found Saxton Hale and his girlfriend. In the distance, however, there was a rumble. Hundreds of robot doppelgangers of Team Fortress. Even without weapons or a way to defend themselves.
He's not just boinking her, he's wifing her. Bro, what's worse, just boinking her or literally claiming her? Dark.
themselves. They came together to fight until the very end. In the sky, Hale and Mags realized just how long they had been talking for. They missed each other and even discussed maybe running Manco together if they were able to get the company back. When they looked down at the island and saw the battle that was about to begin, they decided to get involved. They also came with Manco weapons. This made the Heavy very happy. He had missed Sasha's voice, and with weapons, the mercenaries, along with Zana, Miss Pauling, and Mags, got to work. From afar, Virgil, the classic sniper, lined up a shot, but he was interrupted by Fred. Well, not Fred. Virgil's robot eye installed by the real Fred saw right through the spy's illusion, and he shot him in the leg. Before Virgil could indulge in his sadistic, torturous tendencies, Mr. Mundy put this classic sniper down. Meanwhile, outside of the battle, Ludwig patched up Tavish's knee. With access to alcohol again, the Demoman asked the medic an important question. This man was incredibly talented and had been able to bring someone back from the dead. He wondered why Ludwig had not come up with a way to regrow his eye. The medic explained that he had, many times, but every Halloween the eye had grown bat wings, and as a group they had had to fight it. The conclusion was that the eye socket itself was haunted and there was nothing Ludwig could do about it. To get Tavish to forget about it and to stop asking, the medic had scooped out that part of his brain. Satisfied with the answer, Tavish left to help his teammates with their conflict. As for Ludwig, he was given the...
I mean, listen. Would you rather let someone like torture themselves over an eyeball or just scoop that part of the brain? I think it's kind of based what Medic did.
He's a homie.
Yeah.
opportunity he had waited for. The classic Heavy's attempts to destroy the mercenaries had been thwarted at every turn, but he still had one more thing he wanted: to become immortal. To do this, he ordered that this Frankenstein, the medic, help him. He was smart enough to know that Ludwig would kill him if he was put under during an operation to attach the immortality device, so his plan was to get the medic to explain the procedure to one of his guys. With burning vengeance for the brutal assault on Archimedes, Ludwig reached for his bone saw and slashed the Heavy in the face. Off balance, the brute went in for a retaliatory strike, but fast on his feet, the medic dodged it and plunged the saw into his opponent's abdomen.
Oh my god.
This should have been enough to put him down, but the Heavy stood back up. He pounced at Ludwig and beat him. There was nothing the medic could say at this point to calm the man's fury, but Ludwig did have a very close relationship with a Heavy who had discovered the location of his friend, and he did not like to see him in pain. Having played his part in the robot rampage, Mikhail stood over the classic Heavy with Sasha. Yet, Mikhail was a man of honor and he promised the Heavy a good death, but his opponent was not a good man. In a split second, the Heavy shot Ludwig several times. From the medic's perspective, everything went to black and then orange as he appeared in hell. It had been a long time since Mr. Ludwig had met with the devil. Hell had upheld their end of whatever the contract was, and they wanted him to uphold his. They wanted his soul. Yet, he explained the loophole in the contract of how he now held the majority stake of his soul after he had surgically attached 8 others to it. The devil was angry, but he had no power.
See now.
The medic suggested he should be sent back to Earth for another 50 years. He fed into the devil's ego and told him that surely Hell would be smart enough to claim the rest of the souls and regain the majority stake in that time. If the devil could do that, he could then send the medic to Hell permanently. Back on Earth, Ross the soldier and Greg the scout prepared their weapons to help kill the mercenaries who had killed their friends. To them, not everything was about money. Maybe after this, together, they could clear out an old safe house and turn it into an orphanage. There, they would have an endless supply of free kids to, well, before
I don't
Greg
wanna
could
know.
finish whatever that thought was, Pyro put them down. Because of this, only Fred the engineer and the Heavy remained from Team Fortress Classic.
Jesus.
Over on the battlefield, as the number of robots dwindled, Jane and Zana, alongside Jeremy, Pauling, Saxon, and Mags, worked together and destroyed every robot they saw. However, Jeremy was hit and he crawled away to safety. As he did, Spy and Sniper found him. Spy could see just how injured his son was, and he truly believed it could be the end. He could not tell him how he felt as himself, so he left and turned into Tom Jones. Spy told his son of how 27 years before he had
No.
dropped a sex bomb on his mother and ran away. But now, the fallout of that bomb had caught
Oh, fuck off. Why are they trolling Tom Jones so much? Honey, you know who Tom Jones is, right?
Nope.
It's a joke and an actual singer. He has a song called Sex Bomb.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Did
it's
them
literally
dirty,
like
huh?
sex bomb. Da, da, da. Bro, no.
up with him. As Jeremy died, Spy, as Tom Jones, told him that he was proud of him and would always be proud of his son. As the scout ascended to heaven, he was greeted by God. Jeremy was told that he was God's gift to all of the women on Earth, and they should maybe pay for not having sex with him. The scout calmed him down and told him that they were all good people at heart. They were just doing their best. To this, God decided to send Scout back to have another chance. He also predicted
What?
that he would see him for real on the 4th of December 1987. In reality, this whole scenario was likely a hallucination, as Medic had Scout's soul. On the battlefield, as another wave of robots arrived, Pauling answered a phone call from Dell. He really needed the Australian cash from New Zealand, but Pauling told him it was gone. She had failed. Dell knew this was bad. The administrator had died, she just needed more Australium to be revived. They did have some, but it was very limited. The death of Ludwig had made Mikhail extremely angry. His protective nature had come through and he beat the classic Heavy with everything he had. But the Heavy did not play by the same rules. He grabbed the immortality device and
Does Heavy play by any rules at all? I don't think so.
No, he plays by his own rules,
Yeah,
and you can't do shit about it
exactly.
because he has
Jammed
big
it.
gun. You don't.
Exactly.
it into his open wound. This made him so much stronger and almost invulnerable. It was only when Mr. Ludwig returned to Earth after his new deal with the devil that the Heavy stopped beating Mikhail. In his hand, he held a pen designed to look like something more technical. This pen had been sold to him in exchange for one of his souls, but to the Heavy, Mr. Ludwig claimed it was an inducer. A device designed to induce the labor of the baby baboons within the baby baboon uterus the Mad Doctor had implanted inside of his enemy.
Bro.
With the Heavy distracted and horrified by Ludwig, Mikhail took the opportunity and ripped the poorly inserted immortality device from the Heavy.
Oh,
In doing
dear
so,
God.
the leader of
Oh,
Team
man.
Fortress Classic fell and grew weak. Mikhail was impressed. Only the medic could come up with a bluff that insane, but it was not a bluff. Sure, the pen he held was not the real inducer, but he did have one in his supply chest. When he found it, he activated it and a baby baboon was born. When
What?
the final robots were destroyed, Pauling and the rest of the mercenaries joined Mikhail and Ludwig on the beach. Even after everything
Wait,
he had
hold
gone
up.
through,
Where was the baby baboon born from? From like the corpse? The uterus in the corpse?
Guess so.
Questioned, but I don't want answers.
Yeah,
the
that's
classic
something
heavy
best.
held on.
Yeah, it's like
He asked how he had been beaten by Helen.
it's like one of those things like I want to know, but I also like if you tell me, I will punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Rejects. His team had hunted down Team Echelon, Team Citadel, and Team Vanguard. How had he lost? In the background, Ludwig did say it was because his team did not have souls.
Hi,
But to Miss
Chris. How you
Pauling,
doing?
it was because
Hey,
they
Chris, what's up?
were Team Fortress. 4 hours after her death, over at the secret base in the Organ Needle, the administrator was brought back by an infusion of Australium into her immortality device. Dell told her that Miss Pauling had failed and that there was only one more dose of Australium left on the planet. With the Mark V of the immortality device, this Australium could give her as much as 5 or 6 months of life. Dell had never asked Helen what her old debt was that she had mentioned several times, and he was sorry that she would never be able to accomplish whatever it was. Helen had tried to keep it going for as long as she could. She even thought she was done once, but she craved it, the torment of Zephaniah Man, for what had been taken away from her when she was a little girl. In this moment, Helen took all of the Australium at once. This cut down her lifespan from 6 months down to just an hour, unless she found more Australium. If
she
these
just
were
chugged
her
it.
final moments, she wanted them to be with Zephaniah. All of his sons were dead, and she wanted him to know. Dell had no idea what her plan was, and he knew she would not tell him. Back at Grey Gravel Co., the mercenaries celebrated their victory, but Pauling was still disappointed. She believed she had failed the administrator. As far as she knew, there was no more Australium. With time to propose properly, Jane got down on his knee and handed Zana a pin from his grenade as a ring. She said yes. Yet, Misha did not approve of this. He had always wanted the best for his sister, and he told her that Jane could not support her. In response, Jane asked why everybody thought he had no money. He revealed that his home, his cave, was lined with gold, and he pulled out a piece to show Misha. But this was not gold.
Oh
Somehow,
my
Jane had
gosh.
stumbled upon an undiscovered cache of Australium. A cache Miss Pauling hoped to use to
He's
leverage a
trolling this whole
promotion
time.
or to become the administrator's second.
Bro, I freaking love Soldier. Holy shit. He's like a dumb bimbo. I love him.
In command. Having failed their task to acquire Australium, Saxton plotted another way to get his company back without the help of Charles Darling, after everything they had been through over the past few years.
Okay, I right away see messages. Yes, Soldier is a himbo.
Oh no.
Bro, maybe that's why I'm having so much fun playing him. Like, I relate on a deep level.
Okay.
Maggie was disappointed. She had seen the old Saxton and had loved having him back, but it was clear to her she would never compete with his love of Manco. So, she left him. Disappointed by her disappearance, Saxton stole a plane and flew to get his company back. In high spirits, and although Saxton Hale had stolen the plane Miss Pauling planned to use to meet with the administrator, the team found a smaller plane and arrived in the Organ Needle, the secret headquarters of TF Industries. Inside, the mercenaries were reunited with Dell. Around them, they admired the statues and photos of the other teams as the workers of the shadowy organization continued on with their work. Dell told Pauling that the administrator was in a room, down the hall, last door on the left. A room he, his father and grandfather had never stepped into. Only Helen knew what was in there. As they entered and ventured down a spiral staircase, Jeremy finally told Flo how he felt about her and how maybe there were other women out there he did not have to wear down to get some attention. Pauling had not intended to lead the scout on. He was just not her type. Besides, she claimed that there were probably women out there who were much hotter than she was. It was just math. With the turn of a key, Pauling and her mercenaries finally discovered the big secret, the grand reveal, Helen and her prisoner, and how she had used Australium to keep him alive to watch his son's gravel war. This shattered Flo Pauling. She thought Helen had a huge, diabolical plan, but it was just a petty revenge scheme. Helen did not even remember why she hated Zephaniah so much. As her hour came to an end, the administrator asked her assistant if she had discovered more Australium, and as Pauling held the element behind her back, she lied to her boss for the first time. No. Even still, in her final seconds, Helen believed everything she had done was worth it. The deceit, murders, wars, Australium caches, it was all worth it to punish Zephaniah Mann. As the last of the Australium ran out of both Helen and Zephaniah Mann's systems, they crumbled to dust. This really was the end.
Wow.
The last petty war was over. Upon his arrival at Manco, Saxton stormed in and reclaimed his company from Olivia. He became her legal guardian and hired her. Without a boss or a purpose, Miss Pauling felt lost. She still had a piece of Australium and knew where more of it was, but it did not mean anything anymore.
On a door.
Dell suggested that she mine every ounce of the element and drop it into a deep trench, start over, find something new, and with this suggestion, she left. So too did the rest of the mercenaries, this time for good. Without a war to fight in, over the following years.
And yeah, I saw the comment that says that the comics just ended this year itself.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Life went on. Marasmus acclimated to prison life in the Badlands Correctional Institute. Free from soldier, he hit the weights and for the first time in his life, became feared by other people. Zana was crafted a replacement hand, likely by Dell, and after she married Jane the soldier, he impregnated her and they had 2 children, General Patton Doe and Georgia Washington Doe.
That's cute!
For the scout, finally over Miss Pauling, he met many women, and from them came 4 children. Sadly, the women all left him and he was forced to raise the kids alone. To support himself, he sued the city of Twofold for all of the injuries he had taken over his years as a mercenary. Over at Manco, over the
Wait, and he got the tattoo that's a sex bomb.
No.
He got the tattoo on his chest.
years, Olivia entered
Scout is such a slut. He is. Scout is a slut.
her teenage years and hated the place. She was only a child when her father had pushed her into his plan of global domination, and she wanted to be free, to explore the world. Interestingly enough, so did Saxton. 7 years after the war had come to an end, in the winter of 1979, Jane borrowed 12,000 won from the Korean mafia, only he did not use his name for the loan. He used the name Marasmus. He needed money, and
Yo,
without
that's
the
crazy.
gold Miss Poland had taken from his cave, he felt
Yo,
it was
let
his
the
only
dude chill,
option.
man.
On a random day, Marasmus turned to see a hole in his cell, and from it came Jane, Zana, and his children. One of them, with the encouragement of his mother, managed to snap the neck of T-Bone. They wanted their children to meet Uncle Marasmus and maybe babysit them after they had broken him out. But Marasmus loved it here. This was his home, but once again, with the soldier came torment. This time in the form of the Korean mafia who believed Marasmus owed them money. Jane was genuinely excited.
Bro, Soldier is a himbo, right? He's a himbo, but at the same time, he's like a stray cat. Like, you don't decide if you are his friend. He decides. He's like a stray cat and a himbo. Holy hell.
To see Marasmus after all of this time, he saw him as a best friend and wanted to
This is what I mean. No.
tell him about what had happened during his time in prison. As his wife and kids left, Jane told him of Pauling, the Australian, and the robot fight. Yet, when the soldier finished his tale, he realized they had been caught by the mafia and Marasmus had been tortured to death. To Jane's luck, before they killed him, Misha and Mr. Mundy tracked him down and paid off the mafia, which in the conversion of currency turned 12,000 won into 17 US dollars. Because of ghost laws, as Marasmus had died in this Korean factory, he was cursed to haunt it forever. However, the magician asked for just one small favor, for Jane to carry a brick around with him that he could haunt. They could be together forever. After this, to make things even between the soldier and the magician, Jane even travelled to the home of Tom Jones and picked up a brick for the singer to haunt. There, Tom and Marasmus would always be together. After 7 years, Saxton finally gave in to his frustration. He hated Manco and allowed Olivia to leave and ordered Bidwell to keep an eye on her and set up a trust so that she could do anything she wanted in the world. He then gave over control of the company to his other assistant, Reddy. Then he left to find Maggie. 1 week later, the mercenaries of the old Team Fortress planned to meet up at Jeremy's home to celebrate Swissmas and catch up. Spy was the first to arrive, and he was so happy to see how well his son was doing. When he met one of his granddaughters, Tanya, he felt the temptation to reveal who he was, but he could not bring himself to do it. She had broken her tiara and was upset she could not be a princess anymore. To this, he took off his mask and gave it to her. A princess assassin was so much better. Over the following minutes, the rest of the old
He doesn't
team
even know that's his
arrived,
his dad.
Tavish
That's crazy.
with his mother and the haunted Islander, Jane, Zana, their children and ghosts, Heavy, his mother and other sisters, as well as the rest of the other mercenaries. As for Miss Pauling, she could not make it and sent a turkey, but where was she? Did she really drop the rest of the Australium into a deep trench, or did she keep it for herself? Regardless, this was the first of many planned Swissmasses. Many years in the future, in the African veldt, Maggie and Saxton fought together against animals in their old age, and they planned to do it until they died. There were no more wars. This was the end of Team Fortress.
That was great.
I had a feeling
like
this would be a
this.
bigger timeline, but I did not expect it to be this big. This is one of the weirdest stories I have ever covered, and what I love the most about it is that it used real history and twisted it. I found myself at points thinking, did that really happen? I am not ashamed to admit that I looked up the Great Eagle Scourge of 1822 to see if that really happened. I can confirm it did not. This series has so many interesting things and has spawned even greater things from the community. Rocket jumping, Abraham Lincoln inventing stairs, bread monsters, the sandwich, the mystery of who the pyro was. Were they a man or woman? Why did they see Pyroland? Lieutenant Bites, Putis, Spy Crab, Engineer Gaming. I wanted to add as much to this timeline as I could, but there were just so many random things I could not just slot in. From the Great Eagle Scourge of 1822 to the Gravel War to Man vs. Machine to Classic vs. Current, this was a huge story with a big cast of characters. I actually finished this video a couple of days ago. It was uploading, but then I saw the final release of the comic. This is why the video is so late this year. I hope you enjoyed it. In Valve...
Oh, wait. Does that mean he included literally all of it? Is that what it means?
Yeah.
presents the Sacrifice and Other Powered Stories and the comic page online. It states that the game that started as a handful of guys in the desert shooting at each other slowly blossomed into the most labyrinthine story in Valve history. It kind of makes sense why it was so odd yet wonderful. The story is all over the place, scattered across time, in videos and on hidden pages. It was so fun to deep dive into all of this and put the puzzle pieces together. Saxton Hale was also asked by Valve to write the foreword for the book in general, so I guess Valve is canon inside of the Team Fortress universe. As a die-hard engineer main, I have always loved the Conager family line and their connection to Elizabeth/Helen, whatever she was called. I also liked the relationship between Heavy and Medic. Also, apologies for any mispronunciations. I did my best. I have learned my lesson from saying Cryo Chamber instead of Cryo Chamber in the original Portal timeline, and I CTRL-F'd to see the amount of times I used the word where, because I may have used it a little too much in the Portal and Half-Life timeline. Yes, I saw the comments. There are 12 in total in this whole script. There are some to come. Just like many others, Team Fortress 2 was one of those childhood games that moved into my adult years. All-nighters defending the final control point on the...
Bruh, I only just discovered the game.
Leave me alone!
Oh, and this is the first half of it. Like, you cannot tell anything what it is here, like, at all. It's just confusing what it is.
What is that?
What is, brother? What is that?
final section of Dust Bowl with myself as an engineer and my sister as a pyro sweeping the area for spies. Back then, it was on the orange box version. 2 Xbox 360s side by side. Now, a decade later, we do the same thing just on PC. Even now, Team Fortress is so important to so many people. We also had that leak for a Project White Sands voice acting role, and I find it interesting that White Sands was close to the administrator's base. I am just rambling now. If you have made it this far, thank you so much for watching. It was a long one and I do appreciate it. I think that was everything I wanted to say, so please share the video, please like it, subscribe if you are interested in deeper dives into specific topics, which I also cover on the channel. And finally, I would like to thank my GOTY patrons and channel members, Jonas, Lewis, Queen Arby, Fluffy the Dragon, Ruben Mendoza.
Alright, the iceberg time. And yeah, I've already said, like, I'm not gonna be able to finish this build on stream. There's like absolutely no way in hell. I will have to finish it off stream tomorrow, because I think I have like another like 3 hours of building it, another 3-4 hours. So it's a long road to finish it. Iceberg time. The TF2 controversy. Iceberg.
From having its in-game economy being ran by criminals, a multitude of controversial creators, some of which have done illegal things, and insane amounts of developer neglect, TF2 has had tons of controversies, and this iceberg documents it all, starting at the surface with the debate around friendlies. While ignoring the objective and just messing around is something that happens in every game, it is a lot more ingrained in TF2 culture than most others. It is unknown when the term was coined, but Google Trends shows data for the word hoolie being used as far back as 2011, as well as this YouTube video from November 2012 titled Friendlies in a Nutshell. Most community discontent with friendlies is due to the fact that a lot of them rage when you kill them. While cosmetics that could potentially hinder team recognition have existed in TF2 for a very long time, the worst offenders have all come after 2021. The water waders and flavorful baggies for Pyro, the Bushman and formerly the Shady Shelby for Sniper, the Tuxedo Royale for Spy, and many more, usually being cosmetics with large paint regions. TF2 was intentionally designed with readability being of utmost importance, with saturated colors being used sparingly just to draw attention to weaponry. Despite this, a lot of individuals vehemently defend these cosmetics, usually with arguments that boil down to just put your crosshair on the class and if their username is visible, just shoot them. But it doesn't fool me, so it must fool nobody else. On June 14th, 2024, content creator Grouch made a video about rebalancing TF2's weapons. While this is pretty bog standard among TF2 creators, he proceeded to mostly propose some of the worst changes of all time for the next 36 minutes, with the most infamous one of course being to give the Enforcer 8 seconds of bleed. The video went viral for how bad it was, but Grouch took the criticism pretty well and it has since become a meme. The Blue Scout's pants have been the wrong color ever since the game released. It was fixed for all of one day in October of 2024, but then quickly reverted due to lots of conflicts with existing cosmetics, causing pretty mild backlash. Of all updates in TF2 history, Meet Your Match not only had the worst launch, but is still widely considered to be the worst TF2 update to this day. In the first few days of the update's release, matchmaking was barely functional. The new competitive mode was a complete flop, and the beloved quick play system was axed to make way for casual matchmaking, which is Valve's way of modernizing TF2 in order to incorporate skill-based assessment into matchmaking. While casual mode is much better than it was in 2016, there are still plenty of issues with it that quick play never had. TF2's official player count as reported by Steam is unfortunately false. For a very long time, people used it as a source of copium to show that TF2 is an everlasting time.
I'm looking at these like tiny pieces, right? And I'm dreading this. Look at these tiny pieces. Look at how many tiny pieces there are. Holy fuck, I am cooked.
Timeless game that can still hold player records decades later,
cooked.
but as proven by suspiciously low oscillations in player count, as well as the bizarre dumps and drops of multiple thousands of players at a time. About 70% of the player count as reported by Steam is idle bots. If you want a much more accurate figure, use teamwork.tf.
I'll have to like organize this somehow because there's like absolutely no way. The problem is I had to open all these bags because they're like these different pieces were in like different bags, right? So it's like I couldn't even leave them in the same bags.
Honey, just get the bamboo bowl and just drop it in.
Actually, could you pass me like the small plastic bowls?
Okay.
Before I end the stream, I'll at least organize them as much as I can. Because this is pain. Just don't step on them. More like just don't lose them. If you ask how many, all of them. I might have to even utilize mugs. Look at how many small ones there are, honey. This is a lot. Okay, I have bowls. Okay.
The Phlogistinator is likely the most hated weapon in TF2, mostly due to its crit mechanic. If you're even somewhat experienced at the game, it is very easy to counter, but situations where a Flog Pyro randomly jump scares you from a corner with it, or people abusing Ubercharge pockets with it do make it fairly annoying to play against for a lot of people. Meet Your Match was also the update of Meet vs Match, a community-driven vote to see whether Pyro or Heavy would be the focus of the next major update. Pyro won, and of course got the Jungle Inferno update. Now in the update page of Meet Your Match and Jungle Inferno, it pretty clearly stated that, quote, it's not going to be both. However, in the blog post that followed Meet Your Match, Valve did say that it was highly likely that both would be updated. This conflicting language has left a lot of people confused and understandably disappointed that the Heavy update hasn't come. Beginning around 2016, cheating bots began to appear in TF2 lobbies. This is due to the development of CatHook, a free software that anyone could download and fire up their own cheats and or cheating bots with. What resulted was nearly 8 grueling years of cheating bots making the game unplayable. A remedy was pushed out in June of 2024 that finally hampered most cheater activity. These days, nobody even talks about it anymore, going back to praising Valve for mediocre updates. Insanity. There have been, or still are, 3 primary random mechanics in TF2. Random damage spread is pretty universally agreed upon to be negative, hence its removal 10 years ago. However, random crits and random bullet spread have remained, with the player base being relatively split on their inclusion in the game. The Texan trick shot is part of the most recent wave of taunts added in the summer 2025 update, but unlike every other purchasable taunt, it is a taunt kill. This pretty quickly sparked a wave of people calling it pay to win, especially because its range mirrored the Heavy's POW taunt, the best taunt kill in the game. Valve proceeded to nerf the range, which then sparked another shitstorm of hate. One day later, the nerf is reverted, so Texan trickshot the subscribe button and let's move on to layer 2. The item servers briefly going offline.
There, Jay? Oh no.
It kind of feels like Valve almost completely mismanaged the game.
TF2 is a frequent and expected occurrence, usually happening every Tuesday since that is the designated maintenance day. However, on January 9th, 2024, at around 7 PM Eastern, the item servers went down and just never came back. At the 24-hour mark, people started to voice genuine concerns that Valve may have finally pulled the plug in TF2, but in all the chaos, people found it oddly fun, as it was just like 2007 TF2 all over again. No hats, unlockable weapons, and no gaudy unusual effects. After about 42 hours, the item servers were quietly restored. Since 2014, but very much accelerated since 2019, is a degradation of TF2's art style. TF2 is deliberately designed to reflect 60s America in a way that minimized details for the sake of readability. Of course, it is perfectly fine to deviate from it slightly, hence the early cosmetics of TF2. In 2011, Robin Walker famously said the Dangerous glasses for Devilman were the furthest TF2 should deviate from its art style, but since 2019, a lot of community contributions have just been really gaudy holiday hats, shitty Reddit memes, and random objects placed on head.
I don't see a problem with this. Why would people be mad at this? This seems harmless.
This of course has been the source of lots of debate, with some people saying that they should just accept it for what it is and let TF2 evolve, while others prefer to preserve the style that made TF2 so timeless, rather than let it turn into another Fortnite clone. Omegatronic is the most famous of TF2's many bot hosters. They're all terrible people, but Omegatronic went out of his way to advertise social media links, always posting taunting messages on them. Related to Meet Your Match, but before the update released, Valve developer Jill said the update would be, quote, neato. This resulted in the update being coined as a neato update, but of course when it actually launched, it was anything but neato, and now Jill is generally associated with being the face of TF2's worst update. In February of 2023, Valve out of nowhere made a blog post asking workshoppers for submissions so they could make a full-on update-size update. This got the community unbelievably hyped, thinking that this may be the first time in 6 years Valve ever gives more content than just copy-pasted items, but then a few hours later, they changed the wording to only read holiday size update, which understandably killed it for a lot of people. In late 2022, Valve added VScript functionality to TF2. While this has resulted in some cool novelty game modes like an official versus Saxon Hail mode, it pretty quickly derailed after that. Zombie Infection was released for Scream Fortress 2023, a mode that was put together in less than 3 months. It was riddled with bugs, and after a few weeks, the TF2 community stopped playing. So when VScript modes like Gun Game and Prop Hunt began to receive hype on the workshop, it sparked controversy. While the modes are tried and true concepts in gaming, they simply divert way too far from TF2's normal gameplay to have any real staying power and permanent rotation. Community servers do exist for a reason after all. Let's not Fortniteify TF2. The Emporium is a group started in the early 2010s that centers around creating workshop submissions for TF2. Over time, however, they have pretty much monopolized the space and they now weaponize their power in order to maintain their stranglehold on the game. Things they've done include, but are not limited to, copying the items of other workshoppers, and then using their influence over the scene to twist the narrative as if the inverse happened, doxing said workshoppers
Oh
they
my
copy from
God.
after they speak out about the situation, in this case, literally causing him to become homeless because he was in the middle of
What?
a move at the time, and wasn't able to close the deal on the house he bought due to his credit card being leaked.
Oh
Downvote
my
botting submissions
God.
and or people they don't like, and much more, some of which I will discuss later on. And the reason they can get away with this is because Valve likes consistency and overwhelmingly picks items from the same small number of creators. While a lot of the specifics of these Emporium controversies are usually unknown to the wider community, thanks to many posts and videos made in recent time, most of the TF2 community has a vague idea of how disgusting these people are. I will of course have links down below if you are interested in seeing some of the proof for this. New unusual effects used to be few and far between in TF2 updates, with most older updates only containing 4 to 8 effects, many of them being iconic like Sunbeams, Hellfire, and Frostbite. However, after 2018, Valve really lost the plot and started adding an insane amount of unusual effects, with the summer 2024 update having an insane 53 new unusual effects. It has reached a point where new unusual effects basically mean nothing anymore. There are just way too many of them for any of them to stand out. I myself seriously can't name an unusual effect made after 2017, yet I can name a big chunk of the ones made beforehand. TacoBot and PizzaBot are two related groups that both center around man vs. machine's toxicity issue. TacoBot is a group hellbent on clearing MVM of so-called incompetent players and cheaters. It is pretty clear that these people have a very low tolerance for mistakes because they will absolutely lose their shit for things as insignificant as using the wrong weapons or being a low torque count player on Pyro.
I regret clicking on this video. These people are gross.
Yep.
The way they're acting towards others, god damn.
There's a lot of elitism in TF2.
Jesus Christ. God damn, okay.
In most of the games.
Yeah. Hi, Robert. How you doing?
Hey, Robert.
They have a website and Discord server that contains a list of every player that has committed an offense they deem unacceptable, and will vote kick them before the last wave ends out of spite. On the opposite end of the spectrum is PizzaBot, another group of gambling addicted degenerates that believe in complete optimization of MVM, using cheats to do so. The group is created to be the antithesis of TacoBot, as they support cheaters and newer players, but don't be fooled, as if you interfere with their cheating or F4 too slowly, they will freak the fuck out. Fat Magic is a TF2 content creator most well known for his sniper gameplay, but in mid-2022, a certain individual who will be discussed later made 3 videos supposedly exposing him for cheating. To put it short, it was all false. Related to TacoBot is the Gaspaster and MVM. In the regular game, the Gaspaster is agreed upon to be in the top 5 worst weapons ever. In MVM though, the Gaspaster is one of the top 5 best, simply due to the Explode and Ignite upgrade. While most players are generally fine with this, a lot of MVM purists who believe in preserving their vision of integrity despise it, throwing tantrums and attempting to kick anyone who tries to use a Gaspaster. In mid-2019, Valve accidentally made the drop chance for unusuals from a few specific crates 100%. What followed for the next 19 hours was the near death of the TF2 economy, as the prices of most affected unusual series dropped to only a few bucks. Valve eventually stepped in and locked any further trades from happening, eventually pushing out a fix that made any player's first unbox tradable, while all subsequent unboxes were locked to their backpacks. While the economy somehow recovered fine, a big controversy came about from groups of people claiming moral high ground because they didn't abuse a glitch, saying that they should have been awarded something like a cheater's lament for being good boys. The TF2 community seems to be really insecure at the thought of any other games being popular. When Overwatch was first released, it was understandably all the rage to compare the two games. However, as Overwatch began to suffer from developer neglect, TF2 fans just kept on dragging the comparisons, while completely ignoring the fact that their game was riddled with its own issues. Eventually, it became a trend among TF2 players to just compare TF2 to every single trendy game, and it has gotten to the point where it has tarnished the reputation of the TF2 community among other fanbases. TF2 is a great game, we all know that, but please stop with these god-awful content farms. Flanderization is a term used to describe when a specific trait of a character is exaggerated so much to the point where it consumes that character. Soldier is probably the best example. While
Wait,
he
what
was
happened
always
to
portrayed as
Soldier?
crazy, the comics really played it up to the point where he is now just comedic relief characterized by extreme mental incapacity. Heavy and Pyro have seen similar but less obvious flanderization of their own, which has caused a debate similar to that of the art style degradation. Zesty Jesus is currently one of TF2's most popular content creators, and probably its most controversial proportional to their subscriber count. He is one of the only TF2 creators whose videos lean more critical in nature, tackling issues like the Emporium, lazy workshop submissions, and team recognition. Since the TF2 community is naturally averse to negativity, it puts a target on his back, and it doesn't help that he has a shaky past. At one point, Emporium members actually emailed Eric Smith to try and get Zesty banned off of Steam, which is just
Why?
insane. As for his controversies, people bring up his use of the T-slur along with previous tweets of him showing support for Matt Walsh and some of his takes on trans people. But when put into the context that those people he called slurs were the same people who DDoSed him and stream sniped them to no end, leaves the internet relatively split on the issue. He additionally has tweeted the N-word on 2 occasions, one of which being a direct quote from the Eric Andre show, which has also led to people labeling him as a racist. When unusual weapon effects first released, there were 4 total, being Hot, Cool, Isotope, and Energy Orb. However, Energy Orb was removed just before the release of Jungle Inferno, meaning it only exists on pre-Warpaint weapons. There doesn't seem to be any official reasoning as to why it was removed, but it's most likely because the effect was really buggy and also didn't work very well with melee weapons. TFGO was a phrase used to mock the 2015 Gunmetal update. For those unaware, the Gunmetal update was the first update that brought the modern day grading system to weapons and cosmetics in TF2. Additionally, it brought the first ever weapon skins to TF2. It was pretty obvious that Valve saw the wild success that the Arms Deal update brought to CSGO, and ported it pretty much one-to-one in TF2, hence the name TFGO. The 2014 end of the line update had an insane amount of hype behind it leading up to its release. However, all we got was a crate, a really well made short film, and a duck journal. A pathetic attempt at making a CSGO operation coin work in TF2, where you collected ducks to level up a badge. Players understandably felt betrayed by the lack of content, especially because Valve refused to release a new snowplow map, fearing it would be too difficult for newer players. Valve additionally rejected all
It seems like Valve really care about the game.
No, it's only being carried by the community.
Okay.
but one of the proposed weapons, using that one weapon for the preceding Love and War update instead. When TF2 went free to play in 2011, it was actually very controversial, so much to the point that people literally created plugins to bar free to plays from joining servers. Obviously, some people were mad that they had spent money on the game and only got an average looking hat to show for it, but most people feared that the influx of newer players would dilute their experiences on
Wait, I didn't know it used to be like pay to play.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pay to play.
Oh.
Orange box, I think.
Okay. Interesting.
favorite community servers. With time though, the sentiment has pretty much died down entirely, and going free to play is now seen as a big positive for the game. The Something Special for Someone Special is a $100 item that allows you to broadcast a message to the entire game when you gift it to someone. This has been abused by individuals over the history of TF2 to target people they don't like. Though the most controversial example in recent time is during the TF Connect 2024 charity stream. For some context, one of the stream segments involved TF2 content creators playing with Valve developers Eric Smith, Dave Riller, and Jill, the Nito guy, if you remember. And while they were playing, this ring message was broadcasted. Jill has accepted that Meet Your Matches ruined TF2. Nito, congratulations. Now the entire stream and everyone playing all had notifications off, so none of them ever saw it. A few days later, the person who actually bought the ring came out with his own video, calling out the What Show for basically fence-sitting and having no actual beliefs on the situation. He additionally called out another disgusting scandal, more on that later. The 2014 Love and War update brought 2 devastating nerfs for both Devilman and Heavy. Devilman's Sticky Bomb ramp-up damage was heavily nerfed, pretty much killing his entire Sticky Spam gameplay loop. The backlash from players was insane, and Valve walked back the change 5 days later. However, in the fiasco that was Devilman's nerf, Heavy's nerf got pretty much swept under the rug despite being devastating. His miniguns were given damage and accuracy ramp up, and only after you were shooting for a full second did it reach its maximum. And if you even stopped shooting for 1 second, it reset, meaning you would have to waste bullets if you didn't want to lose your ramp up. Because Devilman's nerf overshadowed Heavy's, it took 3 years for Valve to finally reassess, making it so the ramp up only
Also, they
reset once you
almost
fully
killed the
spun down
character.
as opposed to stop firing. Zealot is a TF2 YouTuber primarily known for his short form content on TF2. He's one of those guys that just makes really low effort farmy style content meant for brain rotted children, and the dude is also an overt racist / eugenicist, as shown by the messages sent under his old alias of Edgy Rick. All of this makes him pretty hated in the TF2 community, especially so after Tony Allen made multiple exposed videos on the matter. The 2015 Invasion update was the third ever 100% community driven update in TF2. Given that the last two were already disasters, this one needed to be done right. Unfortunately, it was so bad that it forever left a sour taste in the mouths of Valve about letting the community manage updates. The first controversy came with the payment structure, as the two update managers, Bang and Ronin, supposedly took a combined 54% share of the revenue. Now, according to Ronin, this revenue share was only for one specific asset, and after Valve stepped in to clarify revenue shares, the drama died down. However, the update was also delayed multiple times due to the community's and Valve's own error. According to Tyler McVicker, Valve has a pretty low tolerance for inconveniences like this, and they usually cut ties when things like this happen, so this fiasco is a reason that Valve keeps the community at an arm's length. In June of 2021,
That's
Valve removed the
understandable,
ability
actually.
for players to see which upgrades teammates had by using the inspect bind.
It always takes like one bad actor to ruin it for a lot of people.
This divided the MVM community, as this feature was a source of much toxicity in the past. It was one of the tactics the aforementioned TacoBot group used, checking to see if you bought optimal upgrades. If not, they kicked you. However, the inspect feature was also a great tool for helping new players get better at MVM. In most scenarios, experienced players would inspect their low-tier teammates and would give them advice on what to buy if they purchased subpar upgrades. The decal tool, along with sprays, are the main forms of user-generated content in TF2. For years, they have existed without issue, and if issues ever
do
did arise
MVM.
with disgusting people abusing them, Valve always took action. But in 2021, a Twitter user posted about how TF2 cheater bots were using sprays in order to get illegal material onto your PC. If you didn't know, before 2022, any image sprayed by another player would be
Oh, so is this why you guys told me to switch off the sprays?
No, because you can add anything to the spray.
Okay.
So it can be 18 plus, it could be just a random cat. People are fucking
Okay.
weird in TF2, honey.
Okay.
Hey Skeezy, how you doing?
How you doing?
stored in
Good,
your
oh no.
PC's TF2 temp folder. However, what the Twitter user conveniently left out is that since 2015, sprays have been disabled on official Valve servers, which meant that getting illegal images imported on your PC could only happen on community servers, where cheater bots never played. Despite that, insane amounts of community pressure from this tweet made Valve force the setting Disable Sprays to be turned on by default, pretty much killing one of TF2's last remaining vectors of player expression. Then 18 months later, a YouTuber named Unusual Sandwich uploaded a video about how custom decals were TF2's worst mistake, harping on a lot of the same points the aforementioned Twitter user did. The video received immense backlash, fortunately leading to a better ending where Valve instead added the option to disable decals, rather than nuking the feature altogether. Delphi is a YouTuber primarily known for his showcases of TF2 glitches and exploits, with some of his videos garnering millions of views. This has led to many posts over the years complaining about him publicizing exploits that the wider TF2 community otherwise wouldn't know about. Others argued that the widespread publicity can at times expedite these exploits being fixed. Either way, Delphi responded by pointing out multiple examples of community hypocrisy, like the 2019 Snakewater out of bounds glitch making it to the front page of TF2 Reddit with a 100% upvote ratio. Given that Valve is usually extremely slow to fix exploits, it's hard to say Delphi is really doing anything wrong here. The 2014 Love and War update brought about TF2's first set of taunts that were more so emotes as opposed to taunts. One of these was the conga, the first ever traversal taunt ever added to TF2. Due to the novelty, pretty much every server for the entire month was full of people doing conga. This led to quite a bit of controversy about the game just
That's what Mike was talking about. The emote he uses.
The conga line.
Yeah, now I get it. Okay,
To
okay,
be fair,
okay.
there are only 5 people working on the game in the whole Valve company. Fair enough.
Okay.
Turning into a conga simulator. Once the novelty wore off though, the drama subsided. Basil is another controversial character from within the MVM community. He's most well known for being really petty and willing to hold up lobbies for many reasons, with the most common one being cheater supporters. Which, keep in mind, it is a relatively 50-50 split issue. Wheezy made an hour-long saga about it, but he's essentially just really insecure and
That's
craves
petty.
attention. But in recent times, he seems to be somewhat reformed, as he posts on YouTube now and some of his videos are actually good. A couple of TF2 YouTubers have been known to repeatedly promote gambling websites as sponsors, such as Zen, Delphi, and VTuber. On one occasion back in 2015, Sin even uploaded a video showing off Lamalbox, a once wildly popular TF2 cheat. While the video is now deleted, Sin's excuse for uploading it was pretty pathetic. In the Smithmas 2023 update, Valve added the Turbine Center map, and near the red intel room is a door with a nameplate that says Tran S Right. This is pretty controversial on release, with some people being apprehensive about its addition, worried that it might be opening a can of worms to have more real-life messaging injected into the game, while others pointed out that at the end of the day, it's just 14 characters of text within a gigantic map. The phrase popped up again in the 2025 summer update, this time on a newly released demolition map. You need to use the command rdraw clip brushes 2 to even see it, so it's a lot more hidden, seemingly causing less controversy. Similarly is the desk engineer controversy. Behind the ID card on the cosmetic was a trans flag and a pride flag. The controversy played out the exact same as the map ones, but Valve actually stepped in and made the creator remove the flags. It is unknown why, but it is likely related to not wanting to set a precedent of just letting creators add whatever they want to items. This made a lot of people who supported the Easter egg start molding, making them no better than the people who got mad about the door thing. Venusian Rapper is the aforementioned individual who accused
So-
Fat Magic of cheating.
Would I be wrong with saying that people were getting mad about everything and anything, but at the same time, when they get a little bit of freedom, they right away abuse it?
Pretty much.
That sucks.
But his controversies run a lot deeper. I won't go through them all, but he flirted with underage women and participated in lots of stalking of women. Vorabe has an hour-long expose if you're interested. The Glacial Glaze Warpaint is literally a stock image. You can find it on Pixabay. The only changes made to it is that it has a default Photoshop filter and it was mirrored. A couple other TF2 Warpaints are also just trace clip art / stock images. It is truly shocking how Valve lets Warpaint creators get away with it, and pays them 5 figures while doing so. Trickle Down Balance is a video made by Uncle Dane in 2018, arguing that by balancing the game around the game's best players, naturally all other players would be satisfied with game balance. But if you know anything about trickle-down economics, the concept it was named after, it just did not work. While it's fine for games like CS where casual and competitive don't differ very much, it doesn't work in games like Fortnite and TF2, where casual and competitive are two completely different universes. The TF2 economy is almost entirely dominated by two entities, the .tf conglomerate that entails Backpack, Marketplace, and Scrap, as well as Manco.store. Manco.store has their own set of controversies independent of the .tf conglomerate, and they also hold a significantly smaller share of the economy.
Twitch crashed for
In
you, Jay?
2020, Jesse Cardone, one of the owners of the .tf conglomerate, along with many of their staff members, were exposed for soliciting pictures from individuals they knew were minors. For Jesse specifically, there are multiple screenshots showing him requesting explicit material from an individual named Sandwhip, who was 16 at the time. Jesse attempted to feign ignorance about Sandwhip's age, but they literally had mod applications from him stating that he was underage. So yeah. To this day, Jesse still runs the site, and some of the staff members complicit in the scandal are still on as well. Unfortunately, given that the .tf conglomerate has a near monopoly on third-party TF2 trading, you put yourself at a major disadvantage in the trading scene by not using their services. The Informant, also known as Moira, or the Geneticist, was a TF2 content creator most well known for their supposed dox of the TF2 bot hosters in early 2024. On April 7th, 2024, Omegatronic posted a picture of his OC next to a defaced Rick May statue. Instead of ignoring the bot hosters, the TF2 community just fed him more of the attention he craved, with the informant taking it one step further. She claimed that by using some unknown exploit in Steam, she could obtain the IP address of anyone, supposedly using it to track down Omegatronic to Norway or Russia, and tracking down Duzhotter to southern Spain. These posts received lots of fanfare, so the informant began to solicit donations from individuals, in the same tweet pointing out that she was compiling the bot hoster's information into a document, basically implying that she would work on the document if people donated. It of course later turned out to all be a load of shit, and it backfired on the informant as the bot hoster supposedly doxed her in return, which is why a lot of cheater bots in early 2024 had the name Delia Garcia. It also came out that she faked being scammed in the past, with the items that many people donated to her being traded into an account named Faster247, a common bot used for gambling websites. In the 2009 Engineer update, Valve made it so there was an exceedingly rare chance to get a golden wrench upon crafting, with only 100 set to be distributed in total. However, it wasn't all random, as the drop time of each wrench was set to happen at a predetermined interval, and it just so happened that an individual named Drunken Fool was able to social engineer his way into obtaining those timings, famously counting down on the public server for everyone to craft at one of these intervals, creating the 51st golden wrench, claimed by Derek. Drunken Fool and Derek were both VAC banned. Even to this day, Derek is still VAC banned. Drunken Fool, however, would later go on to work for Valve. All of this drama led to a negative stigma around the wrench, so a player named Wings
Valve has done that with CSGO players too in the past.
Ban CSGO players?
Yeah, like VAC banned someone, but they would like work for like them in some sort of capacity.
Huh.
Yeah. There's this kid in CSGO who got VAC banned for cheating in CSGO. Like he was like what, 15? He got VAC banned. And so he wasn't able to compete ever. But he was still allowed to participate in CSGO esports through being a coach. He was like permanently banned from esports itself, like competing.
Okay.
Because he was actually that good. And plus a lot of like the protests to like free my boy that happened.
Was he actually that good?
Yeah. Yeah, he was really good.
But he was caught cheating.
Yeah. He was. There's still no proof if he was actually cheating.
Huh.
Or if he was just fucking around, but he actually is that good.
Yeah, he would have changed the whole scene.
No. After a while, they allowed them.
Oh. What's
Yeah.
his name?
I forgot. It was a long time ago. Like a very long time ago. I'll
Ah.
have to look it up.
Wingspan TT figured he could turn it into a positive. Wingspan held a charity event in which any golden wrench owners willing to could volunteer to destroy theirs for the Child's Play charity. In total, 14 were destroyed, which sort of ironically added more to the hatred of the item because of the holdouts. To this day, there is still a small controversy about the item, since it is frequently bought and sold. The reason, Delphi has his own. In the 2009 Sniper vs. Spy update, Valve introduced a drop system into the game. Players initially felt it was unfair how much you had to play in order to get item drops. One way people got around this was by joining dedicated idle servers and minimizing the game. However, this is a major inconvenience, especially because most people didn't have strong PCs back in 2009. This is when the community discovered Steam Stats, a program created by the aforementioned Golden Wrench hacker, Drunken Fool. The program mimicked the game's engine and allowed you to connect to servers while your game wasn't even open, which was abused by many players to farm drops. Eventually, Valve cracked down by removing all items earned through the use of external programs, and rewarded those who didn't participate with a free new hat called the Cheater's Lament. A couple months later, Valve rolled out changes to the drop system that made it easier to earn items, while also capping the number you could get in 1 week. Monkey is a TF2 YouTuber most known for his clip dumps and commentary, but in October of 2024, he got exposed for having a pretty insane history DMs with a 16-year-old girl while he was 22. According to Monkey, their interaction started after the girl DM'd him asking him how he felt. Monkey at the time, having just lost his brother to suicide, told her that he was feeling down. The girl reciprocated care and began to open up about her own trauma, and from there, they DM'd each other for months, many times getting sexual. Now, from the messages, it was clear that this girl was mentally ill and more so doing this to manipulate him into saying crazy shit. However, this doesn't change the fact that he engaged with the minor in questionable ways for months on end. Usually, these types of things are career-ending, but Monkey's audience was weirdly in denial about the allegations, and to this day, he gets good views on his channel. Also, pretty funny how a few months before this all got exposed, he said this in a video.
For a game that's like almost 18 years old. Almost legal, by the way.
Whammo is a former TF2 YouTuber most
okay.
infamously known
That's
for his
crazy.
TF2 drama videos and stolen video ideas. Just like a lot of other drama channels, he has done some good like his video exposing the .tf conglomerate. However, most of his other drama videos were very poorly made, like his Zesty Jesus shit piece. Whammo has since left the TF2 community and now runs the Internet Anarchist channel, where things seem to have not changed one bit. I previously mentioned that the TF2 economy was entirely ran by two entities, one of course being the ditties of the .tf.
Did you hear that?
No.
He runs the Internet Anarchist video channel.
Oh, please.
Wait, run it back.
It's the one I want.
Yeah, he didn't do that well.
Oh my god.
Go back a little bit so you can hear it.
Here?
Go back a little bit more. Alright, go.
Just like a lot of other drama channels, he has done some good like his video exposing the .tf conglomerate. However, most of his other drama videos were very poorly made, like his Zesty Jesus shit piece. Whammo has since left the TF2 community and now runs the Internet Anarchist channel, where things seem to have not changed one bit. I previously mentioned that the TF2 economy was entirely ran by two
Looks like
entities.
he's a little jealous.
Wait. What's the tea? Wait, what is the issue with Internet Anarchist?
He used to be a TF2 drama channel.
Yeah, but what's the problem? What's the deal?
A little jealous that he's doing better now.
Just a SlopTube channel, honestly.
Yeah,
He still is doing better job than 90% of content creators. That's the
That's true.
reality.
the police say I talked about it too.
No, Sniffly. So I was talking about my brother. What did I miss? A lot of information.
Wamo is an internet anarchist. The only thing worse, like commentator channels that just sit and watch and not say anything.
It was literally my whole stream today. What do you mean?
Wait, JJ, what do you mean? That's like what we did the entire day today.
Yeah. It's
Normally we do comment though.
No, normally people cannot get me to shut the fuck up, but yeah. When I do lore streams, yeah. I listen. I indulge. I enjoy. I
No, I mean, like-
digest.
JJ says no. I mean like Frogan. You guys build Lego and comment. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we do.
comparing to Frogan, now that's the bottom of the barrel.
That's true.
Or as Frogan would say, what happened?
Oh, what happened?
Down. Ragdolling around here.
One of course being the ditties of the .tf conglomerate. The other entity is Manco.store. While they luckily aren't pedophiles, they have been known to scam in the past. This isn't related to the widely popular Manco.store bot scam either. Manco.store has nothing to do with that. This has to do with the fact that Alex, Manco Store's owner, is banned on Steam Rep, and there have been accounts from individuals not receiving their items from Manco Store because they supposedly lost them. A lot of people vouch for them these days, so it seems like they have cleaned up. The first item to go truly viral for being a tacky violation of TF2's art style was the Magical Mercenary, added in the Screen Fortress 2013 update. On the workshop submission page, it received mixed reception. Some loved it, while others pointed out that it was probably someone trying to get their My Little Pony fetish out of the TF2. These days,
Oh.
there are unfortunately much worse cosmetics that aren't even holiday restricted. In 2024, screenshots of an interaction between two high-tier traders surfaced, involving the purchase of a Burning Flames polar pullover. But then the trader joked about taking 50 keys off the price and including a hamster, which then segued into conversations about the buyer including his dog in the trade. Both agreed, and the hat was bought for 5,000 keys plus the dog, which they agreed to value at 450 keys. Without context, it caused outrage, but then a couple days later, the dog's owner clarified the situation. Both traders were friends in real life, and they already talked about doing this beforehand. The owner had too many externalities in his life to care for the dog's ever-worsening condition, hence why his friend offered the help. However, some people have brought up Discord DMs showing the owner being apathetic towards the situation, which has soured the situation once again for a lot of people. The Pyromania update was teased for a long time as the update that would finally flesh out Pyro, but what it
But is the dog okay? That's what I want to know. Is the dog okay?
Yeah, is it okay?
arrived, players were disappointed to find out that it only came with 3 new weapons, 2 of which being reskins. There was also some dismay towards the way Pyro was portrayed in Meet the Pyro, as some felt it opened the floodgates for people to treat his character as if he was a teddy bear, as opposed to a mentally deranged killer.
Okay, I'm sorry, but if you look at the trailer, and I've seen the trailer for the first time like a couple of days ago. If you look at the trailer and your instinct is to like treat him like a teddy bear, I think you have a mental.
Yeah.
It's like right up the alley of girls that go, I can fix him.
Muselk was one of TF2's largest creators in the first half of the 2010s, but due to a combination of factors like burnout with TF2 and Overwatch content just having a lot more potential, he slowly left the TF2 scene. While this is just the logical way forward for a YouTuber wanting to keep their job security, a lot of his fans didn't take too kindly to it. However, it's worth noting that Muselk still holds a deep appreciation for TF2, as expressed in his 2023.
Oh my god, he's pronouncing it so fucking weirdly. Muselk was that dude that Shenpai used to hang out with. When I told you I watch.
Right?
Mm.
They don't hang out no more?
I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't seen him around on her streams.
Tweet, but even then, a lot of people say that Fortnite and Overwatch ruined Muselk and turned him into a stereotypical gaming YouTuber. Sketchik is the TF2 YouTuber most well known for his pyro gameplay. In 2015, he would begin posting a series of videos claiming he had a severe illness and didn't have much longer to live. Later that year, posting his final video and disappearing for good. But over the years, strange occurrences like items leaving his backpack and sightings of similarly good pyro players with his
Spoiler alert, he never died. Completely fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just for attention. I actually don't know if it's for attention or not, but he's back.
He's back?
Never died.
Where is he now?
Back to making content from last I heard.
Oh, okay.
Like, people even outside of the TF2 content like know about the story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Kyrian.
Take care, Kyrian, and hi, Blue Soul. How you doing?
Hey, Blue.
His name pointed to it being a hoax. In early 2019, Sketchik confirmed it and expressed his apologies for doing so. While many were quick to welcome him back, others were a bit disgusted that he went as far as faking his death. Goop, or Gibbous Engineer Wildlife Protectors, was an informal group founded in late 2015 by Sin and Forins. The group was meant to capitalize off of the wildly popular Gibbous Engineer jokes that were common in Sin's videos back then. With the formation of the Steam group though, many players started to put the Goop tag in their name in order to proliferate its message across TF2. Forum threads began to appear. What the hell is a Goop? Goop, a shitty tag that all annoying Sin followers use. All the people, or should I say kids, who use the tag are also pretty hypocritical about their cause, saving these gibbous NGs and instead harass them with Lenny faces and shitty unoriginal keybinds. This community hatred of the group led to it being hacked by a moderator gone rogue, who had some choice words for Sin. Due to over 4,000 members being kicked from the group, it declined in popularity and is almost non-existent in-game today. Owen is frequently brought up in discussions about Geek.
Wait,
The group is
Why?
created by
Honey.
Lone Wolf HP.
Fucking
check.
scared me.
sorry, Sketch Check. I just did some little research. Sketch Check is a Niji Sanji now.
No way.
Yeah, he's under Sonny Briscoe. Huh?
That on stream.
What do you mean?
Anyway, moving on.
BS in 2013, simply to update his fans on his niche but still popular Cult of Personality SFM series. Sort of like Goop though, people put the own tag in their names and started to be toxic in game, which got lots of hate directed at Lone Wolf, leading him to take the group down. Because of these negative interactions, it is remembered these days for being a group that harbored insufferable young edgelords. A canon experience for every TF2 free-to-play is deleting your achievement items and or mercenary badge in order to make backpack space. I still hate myself to this day for doing it. Now if you try contacting Steam support, they respectfully tell you to fuck off. But why? Well, Steam support used to be more than happy to restore your deleted items, but due to bad actors exploiting this to create duplicate items they were scammed for, Valve has now pulled the plug and support grants entirely. At the end of iDubbbz's Keemstar Content Cop was a parody of All Stars sung by Uncle Dane. At one point, the hard R is used. Uncle Dane wasn't credited in the song's description, so not too many people knew that it was him that sang and wrote the song. Though in recent times, some people have pointed out the community double standard when Uncle Dane uses the hard R, versus someone like Zesty directly quoting the soft A. Despite many people in the
What's a
community
soft
vehemently
A?
denying it is, the Frozen are
Wait, hold
Yeah,
up.
so that
What the fuck is a soft A?
it's the instead of the N word with the hard R, it's the A.
Oh. Good retard.
No.
Aurora Warpaint is literally a Vor pride flag. Both of the creators are very open about their Vor fetishes, with Illusionaire literally having a sticky bomb launcher named A Vulgar Display of Vor. And if you don't know what Vor is, just Google it on Urban Dictionary.
LOL, soft A? Yeah. I thought they're talking about like soft anus or something, like power button, sub tops, you know? So fucking lost. Oh, I feel dumb now. That's how I feel.
That's how I feel
I'm not
every day.
explaining that here. Flares That Care was a charity livestream that hosted events in late 2014 and early 2015. The event had two ways to donate, being cash to a PayPal account or giving TF2 items to the FTC bot, but the owner and PR manager of FTC, Snoven and Plotchy, were both exposed for a past scamming. Snoven had been previously banned on TF2 Outposts for being an alt account of another individual banned for scamming. Snoven himself admitted to this prior to creating the charity, stating, "In total, I gained somewhere near the 40 bud range of total input from people, specifically from the VSH server. It pleases me greatly that simply by asking for shit from all of you and pretending to care, I could get all of that." Plotchy, on the other hand, was Valve trade
That's
banned and
rude.
had multiple Steam rep scamming reports. The discovery of this caused the second event to be cancelled. Luckily, all the PayPal cash donations went straight to the Child's Play charity. The TF2 items were a different story though, leading to a donator named Wretched to contact Snoven, the sole owner of the item bot, for his items back. So basically, you're going to sell everything people donated to you, if they ask for it back. If that's the case, can I just have my keys back? I'll trade it back. How many keys did you donate? 7. One moment. Already sold. Want something else as replacement? I have it up on the market. I'm leaving and just gonna buy games with it. Take them off the market? Nah, sorry man. Buy me CSGO, that's definitely worth 7 keys. Yeah, sure. Snoven is now offline. Essentially, in the wake of his scam being exposed, Snoven cashed out the items that were supposed to go to charity. Mekarek was a relatively small TF2 YouTuber, being most active around 2018 and 2019. To cut to the chase, multiple underage boys came out with proof of Mekarek saying disturbing things to them. And I know this is really serious stuff, but this line was just insane. The drama category of the 2015 Saxy Awards is won by a Dota SFM. While the Saxy Awards were open to SFM submissions from any Valve game, they were overwhelmingly dominated by TF2, so it was mostly known as a TF2 only competition. This caused quite a controversy, with a lot of TF2 fans echoing the sentiment that they didn't want to see anything Dota related in the Saxies. Back in the earlier days of TF2 when new cosmetics were frequently being put into the crafting pool, there was lots of competition to obtain low craft numbers. This is because the first 100 of any cosmetic to be crafted would have their number displayed on the item itself, giving it extra value. However, bad actors use bots to abuse this. Most notably, former .tf conglomerate owner Geo uses open source bot to obtain a number 1 Tuxie, subsequently bragging about it on Reddit. He got a lot of shit for doing this and later gave it away as an apology. However, botting craft numbers never stopped, and some traders botted as much as 7 number 1 cosmetics at a time whenever Valve added new ones to the crafting system. While craft numbers are a cool concept, the rampant botting of them makes them very unfair for an average trader. And now to the final entry, which I actually think deserves a whole video on its own. This is also why one of the entries on Layer 3 is blurred out. That will get its own video too. Feel free to speculate on what they are in the comments. In the meantime, subscribe and check out some of my other videos.
Yeah, it's like, so basically there's a lot of drama.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Feel free to call me dumb for this. I didn't expect to have that much drama in TF2.
It's an old game. You're gonna have to expect it.
Fair
No?
enough. Didn't expect it. No. I don't know what else to say. I just didn't. I just didn't. But I think this is gonna be it. Because like I said, there's absolutely no way I'll be able to finish this building today. Like there's no way in hell it's gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Chris says it's getting late. He's gonna head to bed. Bed sounds nice.
Yeah, we should do the same thing.
Alright. It's more behind the scene. Oh gosh. The skull throne of Lifu and her boyfriend. I am her husband. Jojo, get it right. Get it right. If you look at the post, we're married. You can see the ring on her hand. No, like, I'm serious. You can probably see the ring on her hand.
No, my hand was not on. I'm looking for pieces. Oh, it drives me crazy. I feel like I'm gonna go mental.
Okay.
Hmm?
I'm gonna say the thank yous.
Okay.
Alright, lads. Thank you guys for coming today to the stream. Thank you for the support through our videos, live streams, or whenever you guys can. We greatly appreciate it. Moving on to the support. Jason, Moose, Ben, Inspired, and Starwin, thank you guys for the support. Checking on. And JJ, thank you for the support as well on Twitch side.
Thank you guys for the support. We really appreciate it.
Yup, and we'll see you guys
Tomorrow.
Good
Good night.
Good night.
The snow is falling, but I don't feel cold. I see your smile as mine to hold. I've been here in the shadows every night, watching your every move, feeling the bite. Your breath in the air, it's It's my favorite sound. I know where you go. I know all alone. I've wrapped myself in your scent and your name. This Christmas, it's you that I'll claim. Stockings are hung, don't you dare move. I've written your name in every groove. Candy cane sharp, just like my love. You can't escape. I'm all you're thinking of. I'll be your ghost in the Christmas glow. I'll make you scream, but you'll never know. Underneath the mistletoe, trapped and alone, I'll take your breath and I'll make you mine. I'm in your mind, no way to escape. This Christmas love, there's no room to break. I stole your scarf, I wear it tight. It smells like you, it keeps me right. You can't escape, you can't run away. I'm with you now, every single day. I carved our names into the tree. You'll never be free, you're stuck with me. I watch you sleep, I taste your dreams. You're mine now, forever it seems. The lights blink out, but I'm still here, chasing your heartbeat, drawing you near. Whisper my name, I'm already inside. Your Christmas is mine, there's no place to hide, hide, hide. I'll be a ghost in the Christmas glow. I'll make you scream, but you'll never know. Underneath the mistletoe, trapped and alone, I'll take your breath and I'll make you mine. I'm in your mind, no way to escape. This Christmas love, there's no room